carry, hear me.
Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, almost forgot how to do my damn show for a second. It's been a long time since I've been on this dang thing. But anyway, did y'all miss me? Did y'all hoes miss a bitch? Because it's been a hot minute since I've been up on here. But anyway, for those of you who have no idea who I am, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chris to the Avalon. Evolutionary Avalon. So welcome to a brand new episode. Let me start acting stupid. To a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, hot topics, all that good messy stuff. So that's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of tips to spill today, including it looks like He-Man is rap production, so we gotta talk about that. Nicholas Galitzine posted up, he was officially wrapped. He also posted a picture of him in the He-Man costume. So, teasing it. We ain't get a full look, but it's a teaser. So we're gonna bring that up and I'll bring up the receipts and show you all of that. Plus, this is the reason why I was late, because I was on time today. Like, I've been putting together this show slowly but surely, even though I wasn't here for the past 4 days because I was crazy busy. I was putting a lot of the topics together over the weekend, and I got my ass up at like 8 o'clock this morning to put the show together. So, this story literally came out moments ago, and I was like, oh my God, I have to add it to the channel. So apparently, there's a story that's going on, and I told you about it a little bit over the weekend, but James Gunn has responded because apparently you have these Snyder bros who are trying to sabotage his movie, and he went, and there was like a whole, I think it was on Threads or something or another. So we're going to talk about that because it's getting ridiculous out here. Like, the Snyder Bros are so upset because, Henry Cavill is no longer Superman, that they're literally trying to sabotage James Gunn's movie. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Will Smith just admitted in an interview that he turned down Inception because he didn't understand the damn movie. So we're going to get into that. Plus, Tyler Perry is clapping back at all the haters because people apparently did not like his movie Straw. I guess quiet as it's kept. Everybody's like they last straw over straw, or straw might have been the final straw. So we got to talk about that because apparently people was mad over that damn movie. Well, I wouldn't say a lot of people, but it was divided. But per usual, whenever it comes to Tyler Perry, there's always some division, especially with his type of movies. Plus, we got to talk about this backlash that's going on with the Grammys because they said this is about the second time that Beyonce won a particular award at the Grammys, and then y'all decided, okay, now we need to change the rules. So it's like, here y'all go, moving the goalposts every time Beyonce wins something. So we're going to talk about it because apparently y'all can control country music, but you couldn't control the Grammys because it's a more broader group of people that vote. So we got to get into that. Plus, Sabrina Carpenter is defending her music and saying that why y'all got a problem with me being sexual? Like, first of all, she's almost 30. So y'all got a problem with her being sexual. And she was like, but if y'all didn't like the sexual stuff I was doing, then why did y'all make those songs one of my biggest hits or my biggest hits? So we got to talk about that. Plus, Hayley Williams from Paramore is blasting Christian music industry over this whole Michael Tait situation. It's funny how, like, I wasn't initially all up about talking about Michael Tait, but this story's been getting pretty juicy. So we're going to talk about it here. And we got to talk about the Traitors. Their season 4 cast list leaked over the weekend. Then they decided to make it official on the major trades. So we're going to talk about that. And speaking of the Traitors, Peppermint, who was on the Traitors, is calling out the Trump administration for the lack of trans representation on season 4 of the Traitors. Because, you also got the cokehead, his son, out here saying that trans people are murderers and terrorists. I'm like, really? Because was that person that just pow-powed those politicians over the weekend transgender? I don't think they were, but here they go with their usual dog whistles to distract you from the fact that that parade was a bust and all the other stuff. But I'm going to save all my reads when we get to those topics. So we got that. Plus, we got to talk about projects. Speaking of shows and leaks, well, it was not necessarily a leak, but Project Runway season 21 leak. I mean, stuff has come out, and a Drag Race girl is on there. Onyx told me that before the damn thing came out, but for into the show. So we'll talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about Ginger Minj coming out and the second queen on All Stars 10 to reveal that she's been diagnosed with autism. So we got to talk about that. Plus, we'll do a little recap of the last episode while we talk about that. Andrew Christian is revealing the real reason why he's closing his tight ass underwear brand. And we got to talk about Showgirls, which is, people think I'm lying when I tell y'all this, but Showgirls is like one of my all-time favorite damn movies. I still am mad at Randy Meeks for making that little damn joke and Scream 2 to me, what's your favorite scary movie? It's about some damn Showgirls. I was like, excuse me? Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. So yeah, I was a little irritated with that, but I mean, it was all in jest. But yes, I agree. Showgirl's like one of my all-time favorite movies. They had a screening over the weekend. It's the 30th anniversary, which Jesus Christ, I feel old. Um, yeah, it's the 30th anniversary of Showgirls, and Elizabeth Berkley made a surprise appearance at the place where they were screening the 30th anniversary of the film, and basically thanked the Levitical community for keeping the film alive. So yeah, we got that. Child, this was the longest damn intro. Probably because it's been a minute since I've been on here. So she a little rusty. But anyway, before we get to our topics, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'll be putting in timestamps at the end of the live stream, so that way for those who come in and watch the playback, y'all can basically just go in and watch what needs to be watched, like get to the clips, all the other good stuff, instead of having to sit through all the banter we do through the live. You can also tip a bitch if you're feeling generous, because this is a show that I basically, I take super chats, super stickers, all that good stuff. Ain't too proud to beg. I'm not pressuring y'all, but if you want to still just support, I would say I'd also love the fact if you would support by hitting the like and the subscribe and all that good stuff and the notification. Doing that actually helps more so than. I mean, the tips is a bonus, but if you hit the like and the subscribe and stuff, it definitely helps me making more money over here in these streets from the YouTube. So without further ado, meet my banner. I see we got a couple of comments. I'll get to those once we are done with our first topic. Now, speaking of first topic, let's get into it. So Nicholas Galitzine posted up on his IG yesterday that they officially have wrapped production on the new He-Man movie, Masters of the Universe, which I'm pretty much excited about because, based on all the people who they have behind this film, and plus, I'm a fan, even though I know a lot of people find the movie to be cheesy. I like the original one with Dolph Lundgren and Courtney Cox before people knew who the hell Courtney Cox was. But I like the original film. It's got a little place in my childhood. I mean, I was a little kid when I saw it, so I like that movie. But I'm looking forward to seeing like this new version of what they're going to bring with Masters of the Universe. And since it comes out in 2026, I'm sure probably by the end of the year we'll get an idea of what the movie looks like and all that other stuff. Also, Jared Leto's in it. You already know them controversy, the recent stuff about him allegedly due to sexual impropriety and all that other stuff. So there's two movies that this man is in that I'm excited to see. One is Tron Ares and the other one is He-Man Masters of the Universe, because Jared Leto's, in case you don't know, he's playing Skeletor. So I'm looking forward to the movies, but I'm also excited about Jared Leto, with the controversies permitting. But anyway, so yeah, besides all of that, he did post on social media, he did post an overall look of what He-Man looks like. Now, the one on the right, obviously, yes, that is the picture that he posted on his IG. And so it's like a little teaser, so you don't get a real effect of what it looks like. But anyway, so yeah, here's what he said. He said, well, that's a wrap on Masters of the Universe. It has been an honor smoldering. Is he British? Because he spelled it Honour. Smoldering the responsibility of playing He-Man. I mean, Adam and He-Man. It's been the role of a lifetime, and I put everything into it. There's not much I can show you, but I am so proud of the movie we've made. Thanks to our amazing cast and crew for all your hard work. And as a fan of, He-Man, what I'm hoping is, instead of what we got with the last one where they spent a little too much time on Earth rather than Eternia, I'm hoping that they flip the script and we spend a lot more time on Eternia than on Earth. Because I really feel like if you're going to create this whole Masters of the Universe, I don't think that was not intentional. But if we're going to create what do we call it? MOTUU? MOTU, Masters of the Universe, but he had to put two U's in there. But anyway, let me just not try to figure it out right now. But if we do create this universe, I do feel like that, they need to spend more time on Eternia. It needs to kind of have more of this epic scope type of vibe. Like, I want them to kind of play into give us like Game of Thrones with a little bit of Lord of the Rings, like that kind of vibe. Like if they can give us that type of tone and that type of vibe, like that's what I'm really here for. Like, I understand, like, people look at He-Man as like, oh, it's this cheesy thing with this guy with muscles and he wears like a little skirt and all this other stuff and says I have the power and all. It's like, no, play and lean into that. It's like, we're not saying that you got to be all serious, but just lean into the sword and the sorcery of it all. So that's what I'm actually looking forward to when it comes down to this movie. Now, Chris Butler wrote the script. And they said the plot details for Amazon MGM's Master Universe, which is directed by Travis Knight. And I'm a fan of Travis Knight. Travis Knight did Kubo in the Two Strings. I believe he also if I'm not mistaken, I think he directed Bumblebee, which that was actually one of the good ones that come out of the Transformers franchise. So I actually trust Travis Knight is going to do a good job with this film based off of his resume. So I really feel like he knows how to take. He can take something that would be looked at as completely corny and cheesy, and give a sense of, epic wonder and realism to the franchise. So that potential franchise. So that's what I'm really looking forward to. So they said that the film will center on Prince Adam, who, thanks to his power sword, turns into He-Man and develops superhuman strength and abilities, which he uses to defend his native planet in Castle Grayskull. The film, with the script penned by Chris Butler, also stars Camila Mendes as Tila, Jared Leto as Skeletor, Idris Elba as Duncan, aka Man at Arms, Marina Baccarin as the source. I like Marina, by the way. I mean, I've always liked her. James Purefoy is playing King Randor. Alison Brie is Evil Lynn. Charlotte Riley is Queen Marlena. Johannes Hawkhor Johannesson as Malcolm Fisto. Sam Wilson as Trapjaw. Hafthor Bjornsson as Goatman. Kojo Ata as Triclops. Sashir Zamata as who's Susie? Is she a new character? They said John Shu Shang as Ram Man and Christian Vonapola as Hussein. So Camilla, by the way, also, as I said, played Tila, so that she rapped on playing that character as well, and said that no ships left to fly. That's a rap on Masters of the Universe. So basically, her saying no ships left to fly. So you just gave us a tidbit that there's some flying ships in this movie. So let me give y'all actually a full look, because while you're looking at the picture, let me give y'all actually a full look from the Instagram of the Nicholas Galitzine post. So yeah, that's the full look. Based off of the silhouette, I'm like, okay, the body is bodying. I need to see the hair though. Like, is he wearing a wig? Because there is a scene where you see, like, when he was shooting the film, that the hair was nice and blonde or whatever, and it looked like his regular hair that they just dyed or bleached. Or I don't know. I guess they bleach white people hair, but they dyed his hair blonde or whatever, and it looked like it was his regular hair. But maybe when he turns into He-Man, they do throw a wig on to make the hair longer, instead of like what they did with Dolph Lundgren back in the day and let him rock his little mullet, and that was enough, because it was the 80s, and the 80s was all about big long hair and all that other stuff. So basically, I think that's all I got to say on that. But yeah, so I'm excited for the movie. The movie, let me see when it says it comes out in June 5th, 2026, and it says it's set to hit theaters, because I was hearing rumors that they were planning on releasing it straight to streaming, because they were like, oh, I don't think there's an audience for it. So the rumor was that film, as well as Voltron, was getting dumped on Prime Video, whatever the case is. I haven't heard that. I mean, I've heard those rumors. I don't necessarily know that's true, but according to the reports, and this is from the major trades, it's still getting a theatrical release. So we'll still go with the theatrical release, and hopefully, when that movie does come out, that people will actually go and see this film in theaters. Because to me, if it's going to be epic in scope, Masters of the Universe needs to be seen on a big screen rather than, I mean, I get that big screens at home, like the TVs have gotten bigger, the sound bars have gotten much more sleeker, and the sound sounds even more epic in your own homes. But I like that feeling of just being in those big old chairs and going to the movies and being able to see on one of those big IMAX screens or an Adobe theater with the big surround sound and and you feeling everything and stuff. So that's what I'm going to go. I'm going to go see it in the theater when it comes out in 2026. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Funny, funny, funny. So glad to see you back. Can't wait for the child. I know it was 4 days. Look, I even thought about trying to come back on yesterday, but this weekend, by yesterday, I was literally running on fumes. I was exhausted. I did not have the energy or wherewithal to even put a show together. So I was like, I hope the algorithms won't be affected, by YouTube, because YouTube is like, if you're gone for a while, then they try to bring you all the way down or whatever. It's like, we ain't trying to do that. So I was trying to get around it by dropping little clips and stuff from previous episodes up on the thing just to keep the momentum going. For those who don't watch the full show and just want to look at certain topics that we cover on the show. So yeah. Yeah. This internet don't work my root canal nerve. I'm like, what the hell just happened? Because like all of a sudden it decided to go out. This thing love playing in my damn face. But look, we back. Let's continue. Nah, not no hola puta. You're lucky I love you. I've been having the Girls Aloud show this weekend, constantly streaming the live album and movie, which could purchase and rent. Yeah, I saw it's like $10 over on Prime. Beyonce wins best. Oh, they're gonna really get mad over that. Watch when that when she released the rock album, they're like, why black guys are gonna win? I'm like, okay, eat a bag of dicks. So we'll see. Almost 30. Hmm. Wait, who's almost 30? Did I say something about somebody being almost 30? You said Sabrina's 26, been live. Oh, yeah, it's about Sabrina. It said been in the industry since she was 12. And funny enough, she was on an episode of Law and Order SVU, and somebody said, I didn't even know that who she was when we cast her. I'm like, y'all supposed to know who she was? I don't think most people knew who she was until, like, she became that girl. There's been a lot of people that have gone on Law and Order SVU that were unknowns before they became big stars. I think Bradley Cooper did an episode of Law and Order SVU. Who hasn't? I think if you go through the whole New York landscape, you either do soap operas or Law and Order. Yes, yeah, she's been in there just like Britney Spears. In their mind, Sabrina isn't an adult, but she is. Hola, chismosa. And Jewel asking for the credit that Taylor Swift got because, yeah, that's true. And look, I went and bought that album. I was like, oh, look at Jewel going pop. She's giving us a new sound. But, so yeah, so it was like, that's funny because it was like, the Taylor, because, I can't even talk. Because it was like, yeah, with 1989, Reputation, and Lover, those three albums definitely has those Jewel influences on it. It said, Jewel acknowledges the homosexuals and why intuition was huge. Yes, I did. He said someone came and turned up. And shout out to y'all because y'all put me on that mess that happened with The View today, which I was shocked by. So they was telling me that, EJ was, or Eric, was telling me that Javier Bardem, I don't know what is he in that he's promoting? I don't know. I did probably see him. Oh, I know it is F1. He's in that. So he probably was on there promoting that. Brad, don't go on that tight ass show. Um, so he went on there, did an interview. Anna Navarro asked him his thoughts on what's happening in the current state of politics, all this other stuff. He basically called what's happening in Gaza a genocide, and they decided to cut his interview. So we already know what side of the coin a lot of this legacy media leans on. A lot of these corporations, guaranteed. I tell you, like when I tell you people this, people be thinking I'm crazy, but a lot of these people that run these companies and stuff, they're all Trump supporters. They all, they're short-sighted Trump supporters because they thought, oh yeah, if we cut ourselves to him, we'll be getting our little tax breaks. Not realizing all this other mess was going to come with it. So yeah, if you mention anything about the fact that what happening in Gaza is a damn genocide, because that's what I'm gonna call it. It is a damn genocide. We got to cut his thing because he's going to say something offensive that offends Israel. Because apparently there are no Jewish people that are absolutely in disagreement with what's happening over there. They don't all think in a monolithic way, just like any group, be it you're a woman, you're black, you're homosexual, with anything, we don't all think the same. We all have our differences of opinion. So for the status quo and the media to do this mess, just like y'all, what was his name? Terry Moran, y'all fire him over calling somebody in Trump's thing, calling him out on his BS. So yeah, we got to fire him because we want to get those tax breaks and we don't want him trying to sue us, even though we're telling the truth. We don't want to be stuck with, okay, we'll fight his ass back. That's what he is, a fucking bully. And this old fat, cognitive degenerate of a brain asshole, he's in hiding because that damn parade that he was trying to go for the military, but it really was for him. He tries to describe it as, disguise it as, oh, he cares about them. He don't care about. If he cared about the military, he would not have run around here talking about he got bone spurs. Like, come on. If you was all about the military, if you really are for our troops, you would have served. His bitch ass didn't serve. I got friends that are from the military, young and old. So I talk to these guys all the time. So for him to sit up here and try to act like he cares about the military when he doesn't, and a lot of the actions showing the way that our military, our veterans are taken care of once they're done serving, that shows not only on just his side, but all sides. But since he's running the current country, I'm talking about him. And I'm sick of people always trying to bring, but the Democrats, it's like, yeah, we could talk about both, but we have to call out the current administration, what they do. And when the next group of people get in, we'll drag their ass too. But right now, we're in the Trump-Republican regime. That's what we need to be focusing on. They don't want to do that. It's like, but it's always got to be the whataboutisms with other people, which gets on my damn nerves. So I did come in turned up. It said Drag Race All Stars 10 of the Traitors season 4 in one video. Happy gay Shane. It said I'll be here for the kilts. Camila Mendez left I Know What You Did Last Summer pre-production, citing scheduling conflicts, which in my predicting both was filming at the same time. Wait, isn't she in the movie? Not He-Man Firepower. It's a Gen Z movies can go to streaming, but they didn't grow up on He-Man the way Gen X. Well, Gen X and millennials will show up, and then those Gen X and millennials will bring their kids, and they'll, because when it comes to things, especially in generations, we pass down things to the next generation. So He-Man is still relatively. I think people were watching the cartoon that was on Netflix and stuff, so it's not that old. That's why I hate when some people be trying to act like. And I'm not saying you particularly, but I've heard other people sit there and say, "Well, it's an old IP. I don't know if anybody's gonna want to watch it." And I'm like, "But He-Man has an animated series on Netflix, so kids aren't that not are not that unaware that it exists." Same thing with the movie. They sell the movie on streaming platforms. Who called off because you working 4 days in a row? No. No, it was just that it was that busy and I was picking up ships and things. So yeah, it was like 4 days in a row. It's been a while since I did those. And I said, oh my God, I know. It was just I don't know, the internet was definitely interneting. And it's Verizon too. Sidebar, speaking of Verizon, did y'all hear that Trump got himself a damn phone coming out in August and it's gonna be gold? And I think it's gonna be Verizon is one of them. T-Mobile's another provider. I forgot who the third one was. The shooter is charged with federal crimes, meaning a partner is on the table. Wait, did they actually find the person? I've heard of Jewel, but can't name a single song from her. Well, you want to know something? The only way I knew about Jewel stuff is because the MTV was playing her stuff to death. But I really didn't get into that type of music because I wasn't into the whole folk music, Lilith Fair type thing. I tried to get into that with her and Ani DeFranco and all those other girls. I was like, okay, this strumming the guitar type music is boring to me. I need an 808 behind them beats. And so when Jewel actually did the whole, looked like she was doing pop girl situation, like playing into the whole Britney, Christina type of vibe, but then try to put a sense of satire and irony on it, that's when I kind of gravitated towards her music. And the songs on there was actually pretty good, but you could tell she was only doing that as an act of rebellion because the industry was clearly on her back about trying to change up her sound because they probably felt like that whole folk type thing wasn't really working. Mm-hmm. Beeb's basically saying people confronting him didn't deserve his friends. Yeah, this basically proved the story that they say anybody who confronts Justin on his behavior and stuff is excommunicated from his life. And it just goes to show it's like, yeah, we understand, like, okay, if that's a part of your personality, if you decide to have good days and bad days, but I'm not going to sit there and just, oh, that's just Justin being Justin. Like, so we supposed to just, if that means it's supposed to be okay because you're having a crash out moment, like we supposed to just accept that. Like to me, it's like if my friends crash, I was like, yeah, you have a like if you need to have a moment where you need to vent or whatever the case is, then that's great. But now that the paparazzi knows how to get under his skin, they're gonna continue to provoke the bear or poke the bear, I guess we can call it. And he's getting mad. It's like, I'm a human being and I want to go out and look. You think Taylor Swift give a good goddamn if people follow her around places? She still goes about her day, but she don't be popping off at people because y'all following her around. She still lives her life. And she got way more money than you, but she still lives her life. She ain't just gonna stop being who she is. But you out here, you standing by your car and you surprised that a couple of people taking your picture and you go and pop off. It's like I was getting kind of annoyed that there were a lot of people in the comments saying like, oh, well, this is what you signed up for. This is part of being a celebrity. And to an extent that is true. But at the same time, it's like, if you're being an ass about, getting photos and stuff with celebrities, then it's like, okay, we got a problem. Like I'm gonna cut you out. But if I'm walking out places like they were showing like Brad Pitt was leaving the hotel with his girlfriend Inez, and them lights the way I was like, I don't know how he was able to see through all them flashing lights. And he's like, we're going out to dinner. We'll be right back. I mean, when we come back, I'll stop and give y'all pictures or whatever. And I think that was a double date that he went on with Bradley Cooper and Gigi Hadid. So he was just like, let me just, we got to go out. I guess they were late for dinner, whatever, meeting up, like I said, with Bradley Cooper. And then he was like, when I come back, I'll give y'all pictures. So it's like, yeah, y'all can just stand out here for a couple of hours and wait till I get back because y'all need y'all money. Because of the territory. Sabrina once said that when she opened for the Eras tour, I'm full grown, but I look like a Nina. Okay, not put something big in my cosita. But that is funny though. They said the military marched sloppily. But you want to know something? If he was all about trying to do what they were doing over there in China and stuff, like they would have really rehearsed that walk. Because you know when they be out in China and stuff, and what is it? Do they do that in North Korea too? But any one of the most fascist regimes, they definitely be having they be on it with the choreography. Y'all couldn't even hire a damn choreographer to get the military to walk in lockstep. Like, come on, you couldn't have got Jamal Sims. But wait a minute, if y'all did, we would have canceled him for helping out Donald Trump. So no, we ain't going after Jamal Sims. Jamal Sims fine ass need to stay up on Drag Race. All right. I'm screaming, not the American Idol audition songs. Are we talking about like songs Benson Boone? I hope I put enough water in this damn container, in this jug. Because the one thing I hate about when you use that baking soda peroxide and stuff with toothpaste, it be drying out your mouth. And the mouthwash. Listerine definitely be drying out your mouth. It said $50 million parade okay, and that money could have went to Medicare, the medical industry. It could have went to feeding people in this country. Like there's a lot of people who are going hungry, families who can't afford to feed their children because everything is too damn expensive and their wages aren't going up. Like all this money y'all out here wasting. And talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, which Doge claimed they was trying to look for. They ain't find none of that. The waste, fraud, and abuse was the people that was in Doge. Never heard of He-Man besides. Well, I'll forgive you because you're young. I never heard of He-Man. Never heard of Netflix cartoon. I know he's bulky though. Yeah. Netflix. Yeah, Netflix has a He-Man cartoon. I was watching it when it was on there, but I never finished the show. If she's folk music, I'll probably like it if the lyrics interest me. I really only like folk music from before the 80s. But yeah, I mean, she was 90s, so you can probably give Jewel a chance. You might end up actually liking her stuff. But yeah, I just felt like her music was a little too slow for me. It was like that's like lullaby music I would want to go to sleep to. A gold phone sounds easier for prison. Okay. Hiding they ass because it probably won't go off the metal detector. Her debut album, Pieces of Me, are at its best. You were meant for me, foolish games, and who will save yourself? Yeah, because you want to know something, especially like with that whole situation of her, the story of her living out of her car and all this stuff. Beavis acting like he's Britney Spears and Michael Jackson. Sir, you can go out. Some celebrities couldn't at all. Yeah, that's true. Nobody's really checking for Justin like that, but him. I feel like in a way it's like reverse psychology. Like maybe he's doing this for attention. So I'm gonna walk around dressed like a bum when you got lots of money in your account, where you can get your stylist, your pants hanging down to your ankle because you think you Jaquan Bieber rather than being Justin, and then you popping off with the commentary and going in on the pop. It's like, little boy, if you don't sit your ass down, even though I know you 32, but still, little boy, if you don't sit your ass down. Anyway. Wait, hold on. I was like, all this talking we was doing, and I ain't even like closed my other windows and things. But anyway, let's move on. Yeah, and that's why I hate taking too much time off, because then I'll be forgetting how to work this damn show, like where all the buttons and stuff are. Okay, y'all. So now let's move on to our next topic, and let's get to this one that I had literally found moments before we started the show. That's why it took me while I was a little late coming on, because I had to put this topic together. So yeah, James Gunn is, we're just like what? It comes out next month. Like I think we're a month away, if I'm not mistaken. Because I'm like, when is July 11th? What's today's date? The 16th. So less than a month away, a couple of days off, give or take, from the release of Superman, which is highly anticipated. And for people to say that it's not, you're a damn lie, because if it wasn't, then we wouldn't be having this specific conversation on this show, which would be James Gunn calling out a lot of the Snyder Bros over their disdain. Oh, I was like, I just realized something. I lost all my stuff that I had open when that damn internet cut out. So yeah, so we wouldn't be having this conversation regarding this whole situation if the Snyder Bros wasn't, walking around with their thumbs up their ass. So yeah, so to get to the story, James Gunn is responding on Threads because he loves jumping on the social medias. That's why I think a lot of people like about him versus other folks. To an online movement from Zack Snyder fans that seek to negatively impact the potential success of Gunn's Superman, which kicks off the new DC universe that is being shaped by the writer-director and his DC Studios co-chief, Peter Safran. Now, Snyder was in charge of the last DC universe, or we should say DCEU, because that's what it was called, which kicked off, films such as Man of Steel. But if we're going to really be honest, which this is the part where it gets a little, the memory gets a little fuzzy for the Snyder Bros, and they start to fall on the side of delusion, or as the kids call it, Delulu. Still didn't do that well at the box office. It underperformed. They were expecting to be like this $1 billion film. The only movie out of the whole franchise, the DCEU, that made $1 billion, if I'm not mistaken, is Aquaman, the first one, not the second one. The second one made his money back and it did relatively well. But for the most part, the only film from that franchise that grossed $1 billion versus how many of the MCU? And I know it might be unfair to kind of compare the MCU to the DCEU, but as I've stated many times before, I think what really also hurt the DCEU, the Snyderverse, was that we didn't get a solo Batman movie. You basically just went from Man of Steel, and then you went and decided, let's do a Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. And then we got to introduce Wonder Woman. And we got to introduce all these other characters. And it's like, no, Batman should have been given his own film. That's why I always said, like, before, comparing the MCU to the DCU, or the DCEU, I should say. I know it's the DCU, DCEU, same shit, different toilet. But anyway, except it's under new management. But the difference was, I felt like the Marvel Cinematic Universe had enough time to build up to the Avengers. DC felt like they were trying to play catch up with MCU. And it's like, no, stop trying to rival what they doing over there. What you should have been focusing on was doing your own thing. MCU, go over there, let them do what they do. You distinguish yourself from what they're doing over there, and you do your own thing over here. And that's why I like the direction that James Gunn is going, which is because he went, and I feel like the big mistake they did in the beginning was that, we're going to have these 10 movies that we're going to be making in the next decade. So these are the films. Haven't heard anything. The only thing we got in the vault right now is Supergirl and the upcoming Superman. And they're working on Lanterns. And then what happened to Booster Gold? What happened to the Brave and the Bold? What happened to oh my God, I forgot the name of the Authority. What happened with that? That's supposed to be another thing that's supposed to be coming. So and then of course we got Peacemaker season 2. I almost forgot about them. But we have all these other things coming, but we haven't heard anything. I mean, we have Clayface, but now that we're hearing rumblings that they're still developing those things, we don't really know, I guess, what's happening with a lot of those other things. But what we have heard recently was that Wonder Woman is being worked on, a script, which I think is smart. I do feel like we get we get Batman. Hopefully we get an introduction to Bruce Wayne / Batman in Superman. Hoping it's Brandon Sklenard, because I like him and I think he would make a great Batman. That's been the big rumor, but I'm hoping he gets it. He was in Drop. He was also on that show. One of the Taylor Sheridan Western shows with I forget what is it called, 1893, whatever the hell it is, the one with Harrison Ford. That show, he's on that. But they're talking about they want him to be the new Batman. I could definitely see Brandon Sklenard playing that part. So I'm hoping we get Batman, an announcement. We haven't heard anything. We do know Brave and the Bold's coming. Don't know when that's happening. Wonder Woman is coming. They just announced that. Don't know who's going to play that, but I'm hoping it's Jason Momoa's girlfriend. What's her name? Adria Arjona. I'm really pulling for her to get that part. I'm hoping, like, I'm not a casting person or have control of that, but I'm pulling that, hoping and praying she gets that part. So I know I went off on this side tangent about the whole Superman Batman situation, but let's get back into the thing because it all fits in with this whole situation. So I was like, yeah, Batman versus Superman didn't do all that well. Justice League did not do all that well, even though y'all gave us two different versions of it. Um, The Flash was a flop. Like I said, Aquaman was the only film that grossed $1 billion. The second one didn't hit that mark, but it did relatively well. Wonder Woman, the original, was a good film. It was a hit. 1984 was complete and utter gutter trash. So when your movies are more or less falling on the side of bomb versus hits, you want to continue to keep burning away at the burning the the candle at both ends and continue to make the same movies from this franchise if it's not working. Like, I just don't understand the mentality. These people are so loyal to the whole SnyderVerse that it's like, this is an industry, this is a movie money making industry. You cannot just keep burning away money, losing money, which is going to piss off the shareholders, because that's what it's all about now. It's not even about, for the most part, there are people out here who are trying to push to make really good movies and art and all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, this is a movie business. And at the end of the day, if your movie is not making money, if the franchise is not working, if what you're doing is not working, then yeah, if you're not doing the job that I hired you for, then sorry, you're out. And I got to bring somebody in. One day you're in, the next day you're out. I'll be the same bitch. In the words of Heidi Klum. I almost forgot a damn name. So yeah, they said stand up and fight for Snyderverse on July 11th. This is what one Reddit user posted. Fight for our Snyderverse on the imposter Superman release date. Here's what we can do to make a difference. There's nothing you can do to make a difference, sir, but we'll entertain your bullshit. So, number one, it said post spoilers everywhere. People are less likely to see or enjoy the movie if it's already spoiled. Hence why we're all going to go opening weekend, you moron. Number two, leave bad rating on review sites. We know for sure gun bots will post fake positive reviews, so we must let people know the truth and balance the bias out with realistic scores. Number three, reserve tickets online but don't complete the purchase. By selecting and reserving tickets, it gets taken out of the pool for a period of time, which means this has a chance of stopping gun bots from buying tickets. Here's the thing. I'm sorry, but I have a life. I ain't got time to be doing all this foolishness. But, these basement dwellers, your people can crack me the fuck up. But anyway, so the Reddit user added that Gunn fired the first shot and killed the Snyderverse, and here is our chance to take the fight back to him. Gunn responded with a short takedown and said, I think we will survive. I'm not sure the 8 people that listen to that guy, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess it's a guy, are going to impact the course of events. And I don't think it is either, because we already heard tracking that the movie is set to make between 150 and 180 million dollars. So people already bought their tickets. People are relatively excited for this film. And yeah, there's always this small group of people that want, basement dwellers that, with no picture, that wants to get a whole lot of attention. They want to cause a commotion, and they want to get people all shooketh and all this other mess. So that way they don't want to see a movie. Here's the thing. But, as I'm going in and letting have one of these idiots, I am a fan of Batman versus Superman. I'm also a fan of Man of Steel. I liked what Zack Snyder brought to the whole Man of Steel thing. I like the overall spectacle. I love the visuals. I thought Henry Cavill did a good job. The problem for me was it lacked something that that I feel like we're getting from the new DCU, and that's a sense of hope. We don't need to be in a situation right now where everything is so dour, everything is so depressing, everything is so dark. And that's what I felt that tonally, that's what was too much in that whole Snyder universe. There was no sense of, whimsy or wonder or hope or whatever. And that's what you want to invoke in people. Like when the times is hard and when people are down in the trenches and are feeling depressed or whatever they can, I know you feel mighty down. Know you feel mighty bad. So when you feeling like that, in the words of Sophia for The Color Purple, you want there to be somebody there that could be that symbol of hope and be like, you know what? If you just pull yourself up and just keep fighting, we'll get to the other side. And there was none of that from the whole side of it. It was just too damn dark and depressing. But as like I said, it was like there was no balance. That it was just dark, 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 dark. Even down to the part where Superman killing somebody. Which I understood why he did what he did and the direction he decided to take with that. But why can't we be offered an alternative? And this has happened many times in films. Sometimes things don't work out and they get rebooted, and you bring in a new group of people and there's a new version of that whole world that gets brought up. But I've never seen it be this bad, though. So I really don't understand why people are feeling the way they feel. And I also want to point this out. So even with this picture that we had regarding Superman, we had a picture, what was it, a couple of months ago, while I think James Gunn was still working on the movie, that he and Zack Snyder took a photo together. So there's no ill will. They kind of look like they're related. There's no ill will. There's no bad blood. But you will still have these incels on social media that will still try to create, you know, drama, chaos, because they want to keep the momentum going. It's kind of like similar to the situation where recently the story came out that Lady Gaga and Madonna's following Lady Gaga again. And you already know, like, the fans between the little critters and Madonna fans going back and forth on social media and the ageism comments from them baby critters and all that other stuff, where it's like, y'all want to keep the drama going. Y'all want to keep the momentum. Meanwhile, the people that's working in the industry, there's no ill will. There's no, like, hatred towards each other. But y'all people on social media are still running around here pissed off because you're not getting your Superman with Henry Cavill, who's moved on to making other movies. He's got Voltron that's supposed to be coming out. Why don't y'all go out and support that goddamn movie when it comes out? Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a Voltron fan. I grew up on Voltron, so I'm going to go see it. But instead of y'all being mad about Superman, when Henry Cavill drops a movie, why aren't y'all in the theater watching the damn film when it comes out to help those movies become the big box office hits that they should be? But then it ends up being a flop 9 times out of 10. So while Henry Cavill does good in roles that he does, to me, it just seems like he's not a box office draw, because if he was, y'all would be flocking to the theater to see everything that man is in. So when the math ain't math, I just bring up receipts, math, all that other stuff. When it's like, y'all, the hot air from the incels on social media versus the actual numbers and facts, that's kind of like, it's like, okay, the math ain't mathing. So I get annoyed with that. So I was like, is there anything else that needs to be said about this? Because I know I went off on all these little tangents and didn't even finish the article. Because this is like, irritates me when all this other stuff comes out when it comes to things like this. It's like, why can't we just have nice things and enjoy stuff? If you don't want to go see something, don't go see it. But don't try to, you know, try to get other people to not want to go see something because you don't want to see something. Just be mad. Why you mad though? Why you mad though? So the director then elaborated on the topic in a new interview with Rolling Stone, saying, I don't mind it. I think it's good. I think you don't want to have everybody root for you. And I have an actor who reads everything online. I won't say who it is, but he'll read this article and he'll know who it is. If it's one of the top 5 in Superman, and this actor gets so upset over things that people say. I said, first of all, you realize that the trailer came out and reaction was 97, 98% positive. These people help us because you don't want everything to seem 100% positive. And that's what it is. It's like, well, look, here's the reality. As someone who has studied acting and this, that, and the other, artists, actors, vehemently insecure. So while 98% of people will sit and love what you do, there's 2% that don't. You harp on the 2% because the 2%, oh my God, then you get in that Jimmy Fallon space of, I got to please everybody. I want everybody to like me. Everybody's not going to like you. And the minute you come to that point of like, well, fuck you, you suck the shit out my ass. I don't give a good goddamn whether or not you like me, the better off you'll be. And that's how I roll with my life. I don't give a good goddamn who likes or who dislikes me. I mean, it don't stop the world from spinning on its axis. Okay, it was like, well, what that got to do with the price of tea in China? That's how I feel. No skin off my nose or on the crack of my ass. And so it says, it's all right to have an opposing force every once in a while. Some of the things get ridiculous. I just know that every time something comes out, it doesn't matter how positively received, there's going to be something that is of great controversy. It was great controversy that the sun caused Superman pain. And so there, he's making like little changes and all this other stuff in the film. And I think that people were like, Huh? But here's the thing. There's got to be ways that we can make Superman interesting, especially because how do you make someone who is the most invulnerable person in the world vulnerable? Because he's supposed to be perfect. He's supposed to be this godlike creature or whatever. And so he's got to have those moments of vulnerability. And you have to find ways to bring that into a godlike creature because if he's perfect, that makes him boring. So you have to make changes, I get, in the cinematic world in order to make that character feel somewhat relatable and human, even though he's not human, he's Kryptonian. So I'm actually looking forward to this movie. I'm definitely gonna go to the movies to see this, and I'll probably, when this film comes out, I'll probably do a full breakdown, deep dive into the whole Superman lore and all that other stuff. Because Superman, I mean, I love me some Batman, but Superman is one of my favorite characters and stuff. So I'm really excited for this film. But yeah, so David Corn Sweat, as you saw in the previous photo that we had, is our new Superman. And I kind of like what he's bringing so far, but I have to see his whole shtick in full before I can make a full assessment. But based off of what I've seen in the little trailers, I like what I've been seeing so far. And this recent one that they pointed out with Nicholas Hoult, as we got to hear more of his voice and how his personality is as Lex Luthor. I'm really excited for it, and I'm so glad my gut was right. Well, usually my gut is always right. It's never steered me wrong. But for the most part, when I'm listening to it most of the time, because there's times I go against it and then I regret it. But when I was like, the minute I heard about, because Nicholas Hoult also, for people who don't know, did audition to play Superman, in which David Corn Sweat wound up getting it. And I always looked and I was like, no, I kind of see him as Lex Luthor. And then all of a sudden you start hearing the stories weeks later that that's what he was cast as. And to me, seeing him in that role and hearing his voice and basically his whole spiel about Superman and that whole thing, I really feel like he's going to eat this role up. And a lot of people will be talking about his part as Lex, like we talked about Heath Ledger playing Joker. So I'm putting that down on, I'm putting that down on, what do they call it? A gamble. I'm taking that gamble with that. So that's how I feel. So yeah, Gunn revealed shortly after taking over DC that he had touched base with Snyder and there were no hard feelings, which is what I told y'all about earlier. And said one of the biggest questions was, were we going to have trunks or were we going to not have trunks? And they were talking about the whole look. I don't like the trunks on Superman, to be honest. I kind of like Henry Cavill's suit. I don't like the trunks on him. The trunks look funny, but he said that that's the trunks that that's the Superman he grew up on. So that's basically why James Gunn told, had him wear the trunks. But if we see the film and they kind of look at it like, it's not working. And then the overall assessment of the people is like, can y'all get rid of them trunks? They look stupid. Maybe we'll get a makeover in Superman 2. So yeah, I know this was a long one, but it was like, yeah, we had to break this story down. So I want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding what these incels out here bitching and moaning about the fact, they're still bitter that we're getting this James Gunn Superman and that Henry Cavill, who has moved on to making other films, most recently Voltron, Word on the Curve. I don't know what's happening with Highlander. Still don't know what's going on with that, but that's another movie he's supposed to be making. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay. I was like, yeah, don't go up too far. Final Destination Bloodlines available to rent and purchase at home digitally tonight at midnight. I was like, damn, why is it so? It's too damn early with this movie. I'm like, well, maybe people already gone to see the movie already. So what? Now we got this whole. Oh, you talking about this whole Zoran Mamdani situation? Blame President Biden for the killing of an innocent 6-year-old Palestinian American boy, Wadi Yumi, and the reason for a second Trump term is irresponsible. Okay, so now we have these clowns out here who are sitting here trying to spread these lies about Zoran. And if he did blame him, like, it's a fact. Like, we all know under Biden's administration, Joe Biden is a full-on Zionist, so is Hakeem Jeffries. And so is Al Sharpton, because there was a whole thing that came out. And if y'all want to see it, you could go on Amanda Seals' Instagram. She interviewed someone who was a, Brooklyn congresswoman who was calling out Al Sharpton on their lies. regarding Zoran and who he's been promoting and endorsing and that sort of thing, because they want to keep the status quo what it is. And it's like, if you are not a New York person or whatever, don't be something here spreading no damn lies about Zoran. It's like, fuck off. He's not part of the status quo like all these other people. They're spooked and nervous because they want to keep the same crap going. And yeah, it's like Trump is continuing the Zionist BS that Biden started, because he is a full-on Zionist, and so was Kamala. So if y'all want to sit up here and try to act like they don't like to play in the identity politics, they don't like playing this, and look, I am a Democrat, so I could say all of this. So one of the things I hate is that when people think that because you have, you are of a specific voting party, that we're not supposed to critique or criticize what y'all do. I don't know who told you that, because I say what needs to be said on both sides. I don't just call out one. So they're all racist. It's not only because of Beyonce, the ignorance of being biased. Zoran is being attacked, saying Muslims like him are hurting the Democrats and why Trump is in office. No, they want to keep the same Zionist bullshit going. I wouldn't. Brandon is team blame and Ryan on the loss. Wait, what? Team blame? Oh, you're talking about Blake. Zack pissed DC fans off with the adult and dark atmosphere when he added the image of Batman and Catwoman being sexual. Here's the thing, is that it was just too dark. And I feel like with the difference between Zack Snyder's universe versus James Gunn's universe definitely feels like it's, and these days, if your movie needs to make $1 billion, it has to be able to hit all the marks, meaning it's got to resonate with young people. It's got to young boys and girls. But of course, people think that because of Superman, it's going to be mostly little boys that come out and see it. And with adults, it's got to be, men. Some women like Superman too, so females as well. You got to be able to hit all the demographics, the older people, the younger people, the ones in between. It's got to have that whole vibe. It's got to have that whole vibe. It's got to be able to hit all the marks, because you have to be able to make that money. I'm not saying that you're going to be, that you're going to be able to satisfy everybody, but marketing wise, it's got to be able to resonate with on a universal level, I guess is the word I'm trying to look for. Wait, calling what? Well, you said calling what canon? I'm trying to remember, because I think there was some part that he did say if something or another was canon. The heteros are upsetteros. I just want Midnight and Apollo in there somewhere, and I'll be happy. Yeah, but look, let them be mad. It's like, I think that with James Gunn, he should be able to. I think we will get those films. That's probably going to be one of those. It's got to be, but to me, I feel like the authority's got to be his Guardians of the Galaxy, which is like he's got to build Batman, he's got to build the Superman franchise, got to build Supergirl, he's got to do Wonder Woman. Once you do those big ones and Lanterns, once you do all of that, then he can kind of throw in that authority movie, make it for like a small budget. I would say like 40 to 60 million, and kind of put that out there. So I do feel like that it can be done. I think we will get it, but it's probably going to be way down the road. I said, but is Nicholas Hoult, Michael Rosenbaum iconic? Well, I will say this. I do feel like I could see that, because here's the thing: out of all, even though I have seen the Christopher Reeve ones with Gene Hackman, may he rest in peace, the Superman or the Lex Luthor that I resonate with the most is Michael Rosenbaum, because I grew up on Smallville. That was like when I became aware of, not because I was a kid and I was seeing all this stuff on screen. Because I don't even think I was born when the original Superman came out. When did the original Superman come out? Like 76, 77? I wasn't born yet. So, I can't resonate with those movies. I resonate more with Smallville, because Smallville was CW. That was more my generation. And I was able to, Michael Rosenbaum was that dude when it came to playing Lex Luthor. He had 10, well, I was going to say 10, but he didn't do the whole full 10. But he had many seasons to kind of give a little complexity to his Lex Luthor. But I do feel like both, I think cinematic wise, because Michael Rosenbaum was TV. So if we're going to talk cinematic, I would say Nicholas Hoult will definitely, his Lex Luthor will be iconic. And remember, Gunn said he made Superman younger. Henry was 30, but not boyish enough. The way, yeah, no shade, but it's like, yeah. Even though Henry Cavill is like what, 40, 41 right now, he does look older. Whereas when you look at David Cornsweet, he definitely does look like he's got boyish good looks. And that's kind of what you want from Superman. You want him to have that boy wonder type of aesthetic to him. But anyway, let's move on. Because I was like, damn, we are an hour in. I only did 2 stories. But look, it's been a minute. It's been like, what, 4 days since I've been here. So we got to get into the tape. So it may take a lot longer to get to these topics. But anyway, let's get into this Will Smith story, because apparently he did a recent interview revealing, and he was like, yeah, I said it out loud. He basically revealed that he turned down Inception because he was offered a role, which I didn't even know that. But then somebody else posted a story, said that that Leonardo DiCaprio was actually he wasn't even the second choice. They said the second choice was Brad Pitt. So after Will Smith turned it down, then it was given to Brad Pitt, and then Brad Pitt turned it down, and then Leonardo DiCaprio eventually came on board and did the film. So shout out to Variety for the story. So it says Will Smith shocked fans during a recent interview with radio station Kiss Extra via Huffington Post by revealing he turned down the lead role in Christopher Nolan's Inception because he didn't understand the plot. Leonardo DiCaprio ended up headlining the cerebral action thriller instead. Inception is on a painful list for Smith, alongside The Matrix and Django Unchained, of iconic movies he turned down during his career. Yeah, because a lot of people don't know this. He originally was supposed to play Neo in The Matrix. Hence why in his recent music video that he did for the music video he did because it's not recent, it was a while ago, for his recent album, which flopped, by the way, he was doing the Matrix stuff in the video because it was a callback to he was actually supposed to play Neo, but he turned it down. And he was also supposed to be, yeah, I didn't know about the Django Unchained story though. That he was given that he was offered that as well. So he says, I don't think I've ever said it publicly, but I'm going to say it because we are opening up to one another. Chris Nolan brought me Inception first, and I didn't get it. I've never said that out loud. Now that I think about it, it's those movies that go into the alternate realities. They don't pitch well, but I'm hurt by those too. Well, maybe you didn't pitch well because maybe you didn't understand the overall pitch, or because if you're saying they don't pitch well in Hollywood, you seem to forget that Christopher Nolan is one of those anomalies where he just gets to creatively make whatever the hell he wants, and he gets the backing of the studios. At the time, it was Warner Brothers, so they did him dirty. Which movie was that they did him dirty on? Tenet. I think that was the movie that they did him dirty on, with the day and date and that sort of thing. He was pissed off the way they did that. They marketed him. Hence why I think he went over to, Universal, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. So he got pissed off in that whole situation, and then it was just like, but the studios let Chris Nolan make whatever the hell he wants. And they're like, okay, I don't get it, but there's something about his films that gets people flocking to the theaters. And I kind of wish that Will Smith would have trusted in Chris's vision to be able to pull it off. But no shade, I just don't. Even though I will say this, Will has vastly improved as an actor since his days on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But I don't feel like when you look back on this film, on this movie, even though it is heady, so I will give him that. That movie is a very heady film, and it takes a couple of watches to even understand what the hell you're watching, because girl is so confusing. In the words of Charlie XCX. So yeah, at times it can get pretty confusing with this movie. So I've had to watch it a multitude of times to understand what the hell I was watching. So even me, I peg myself to be highly intelligent, I was even like scratching my head like, what? But the visuals was cool though. I did like some of the things that they put in the movie. But yeah, like I said, I had moments of like, okay, what the hell am I watching? So Smith's potential involvement in Inception was first revealed by THR several months after Nolan's blockbuster opened in theaters and went on to gross $839 million at the worldwide box office. Sources revealed at the time that Brad Pitt was actually Nolan's first choice, but he did not commit to the project. Okay, so it was the other way around. So Brad Pitt was first, then it was Will Smith, then it ended up being Leonardo DiCaprio. They said DiCaprio signed on after it ended up with one of his biggest hit movies. While Smith knows rejecting Inception was a career blunder, it wasn't as painful in retrospect at his decision to turn down Neo in The Matrix. The part went to Keanu Reeves, which gave him an iconic action franchise. As Smith said during the radio interview, he said, "It hurts too bad to talk about." Now, Smith posted a YouTube video in 2019 explaining why he turned down The Matrix, saying the main reason was because he didn't connect to the Wachowski siblings' pitch, excuse me, which he said was more about their intended directing style and not about the actual story. Smith retold the pitch as follows. He said, "We're thinking like, imagine you're in a fight. You like jump. Imagine if you could stop jumping in the middle of the jump, and then people could see around you 360 degrees while you stop jumping. We're going to invent these cameras, and then people can see the whole jump when you stop in the middle of the jump." Which is basically like that shot you see of Trinity when she does like the she jumps the middle of the air and she's about to kick the cop. That was basically that shot with the 360 camera where she jumps up in the air and then the camera captures like you're frozen in time. So yeah, at the time, because we never seen something like that on our screens, I would have probably been like, huh? Like, I don't get it. But if you telling me all like the sci-fi and the action, you're gonna be training in martial arts and all that stuff, that would have probably sold me more than the high-tech camera stuff. But me, I'm always about like trying new things and all that stuff. So I'm adventurous in that way. I'm not always like, well, like I gotta ask 50 million questions before I make a decision. I mean, I can get like that too sometimes, because that's when the Virgo be Virgoing. It's like, so what is this about? Why are we doing this? And all that stuff. So then there was also Django Unchained, which Quentin Tarantino offered to him before ultimately going with Jamie Foxx in the title role. Smith told GQ magazine that he didn't want to make a slavery film about vengeance, so he turned Tarantino down. He said it was about the creative direction of the story. This is what he told THR about skipping Django. "To me, it's as perfect a story as you could ever want. A guy that learns how to kill to retrieve his wife that has been taken as a slave. The idea is perfect, and it was just that Quentin and I couldn't see eye to eye. I wanted to make the movie so badly, but I felt the only way was it had to be a love story, not a vengeance story." Well, I think it could have been a mixture of both. Like, why not do the vengeance stuff, but on his way of vengeance, we would get like these flashback scenes of when his character was with his wife and the good times that they had, so we can kind of really emphasize that world of, in the midst of slavery, this black on black love, which we don't see enough of in films, even from Tyler Perry. And he got his own damn studio. See, the only thing with Tyler Perry and stuff, he loved making sure that his black women are in peril. There's some sort of generational trauma that they're dealing with. There is always some melodramatic situation that's happening, to like having to worse it. Oh wait, I feel like I'm talking about my other topic that I got that's coming up with Tyler Perry, the one about that straw movie. Well, we're gonna hold off. Let me not slide over into that topic. Yeah, let's stick to this one. So I do kind of feel like they could have balanced it out in that way. But Quentin loved the violence. Quentin loved, his little wordy ass. Like, I gotta speak like 8 pages of damn dialogue because he loves his dialogue. Or fetishizing the fact that he loved getting white people to say nigga in a damn movie. But you know how he is. So, on one hand, while I would say that he's less than smart for turning down The Matrix, Inception, and Django, 2 out of the 3 films, that was one of the most genre-bending sci-fi action films of all time. I would call him, less than smart for that because, he did Hancock, After Earth, and Gemini Man, which choices regarding those films. But at the end of the day, honestly, the only people that I could see playing those roles, I feel like the right people got those right roles. Now, there's a lot of actors that are going to turn down stuff that they were offered originally. Like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's for me. Like, I don't think I'm going to pull that off. And to be honest, even if Will Smith got it, I don't feel like he would have been able to pull off playing the Leonardo DiCaprio role in Inception. Do I think that he could have pulled off the action and stuff in The Matrix? Yeah, I could definitely see him doing it, but to me, I can't see anybody besides Keanu Reeves playing that part, especially the sense of wonder that he brought to that. Like this ordinary guy who ends up in this extraordinary situation and finds out like he is the savior of the people. He's going to free all the minds of the people who have been enslaved by corporations and oligarchy and all these other things, all the things that we're seeing now. When I always talk about when we use these terminologies of unplug yourself in the matrix so that way you can see the truth. And then you have incels who have decided to take the coin red pill and use it to push their Trumpian propaganda and right-wing craziness and all that other, and conspiracy theories and all that stuff. So the right people got the right roles, and I definitely thought that Jamie Foxx did a phenomenal job pulling off that Django role in Django Unchained. So yeah, but then again, didn't Will Smith win an Oscar for playing a slave? So choices, I guess. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to Will Smith turning down these roles that were mentioned? Do you think that it was a smart thing on his part, because you can't see anybody else besides the people that got those roles playing those parts? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Right. So let's see what everybody. I'm Leonardo DiCaprio. Ew. I was not prepared for the I didn't get it. That took me out. Oh, I didn't get it, because it's like looking at him like, well, are you less than smart? I don't want to say the S word, so that's why we say less than smart over here. He turned down playing Neo. Honestly, I'm thankful. I liked him as a shirtless action hero back. Leonardo. Mm-hmm. They said Latoya is slowly becoming my favorite. Oh, please. I've always loved me some Detective Latoya. Latoya is a mess, and I'm here for it. Especially when RuPaul used to always have her as a guest on Drag Race. He always had her as a celebrity judge. Her and Kourtney Kardashian. It was always on there. Not so much anymore, but when they was building the show, it was always about, I love Latoya, and Latoya was calling the people out. She the Shady Jackson. Everybody else be up in here trying to be all, demure and mindful, but not Detective Latoya. She be out here reading the girls like Star Jones and Omarosa, who I do believe has something to do with Michael Clark Duncan's death. And she's not the only one that said that. Claudia Jordan has said it many a times too, because she was good friends with Michael Clark Duncan. So when she said that, I was like, I cackled. I forgot she said that when she was on, I think it was Celebrity Apprentice. All right. So now, since we was talking about Miss Perry, let's get into Tyler, because we were talking about him in the other article. But I was like, let's hold off for when we have to get to this part. So yeah, Straw came out. I think it wasn't this week. It was the week before. And I guess it's a big hit for Netflix. It has gotten a 70 something, I think it was 72% on Rotten Tomatoes, something or another. So it is one of the better scored Tyler Perry movies. I'm not particularly a Tyler Perry fan, because I feel like it's a lot of exploitation of Black trauma that he does a lot in his films. And he's another one who's a product of making the same damn movie over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's just that you just change the names and you change the actors. So yeah, so now he's come under a little bit of scrutiny, because Black internet is divided over this debate that, in regards to his film. So so it was 76% on Rotten Tomatoes, I should say that, which is his highest number. So The Root, shout out to y'all, because this is where I got this story from. And so it says Tyler Perry won the weekend with his Netflix film Straw, the latest project to come out of his multi-year first look deal with the streamer. The emotional drama, written, directed, and produced by Perry, stars Taraji B. Henson as Janiyah. I actually worked with a girl named Janiyah, by the way, a struggling single mother, I should say, who finds herself at the end of her rope after a series of devastating events make it even more difficult to care for her sick daughter. Which, if you're wondering how the daughter's sick, it says that she has seizures and all this other stuff. So if you've seen the movie, basically Taraji works, she's like a cashier, something or another, works in a store. Her manager is an asshole, which I'm like, I don't know any manager that's told this way, and still have a job. But this is Tyler Perry writing how he writes, which is always a sense of melodrama and unrealistic situations that he loves putting his characters in, but will entertain the foolishness. So she has a little menial job trying to make ends meet. She's struggling to pay her rent. She can't afford to take care of her child with the medical needs, all this other stuff. She's in the middle of work getting, talked down to by her boss, then gets a call to the school and has a situation where they're like the child not eating and she smells and all this other stuff. And it's like, she's going through it. Taraji Carrot, Janiyah going through it. She don't have no help. She's struggling financially. She's at the end of her rope. So she goes down to the school. They take the child away from her. She's having a breakdown. Then she's driving in a car and then she gets into an accident and those other stuff happens. Then she goes back to the job. Then the store gets robbed. Then Taraji gets the gun. Then she pow-pows one of the people. Then she actually takes her check that's got covered in blood down to the bank to cash it, which I don't understand how this girl in 2025 don't have direct deposit, but yet and still she took that check down to the bank, cashed it, trying to cash, didn't have an ID. Y'all know me. Apparently not. They need your ID, sis. So you get Sherry Shepherd, no neck, having ass, come out trying to be all, trying to help the situation. You know what? This review is going completely different than I was expecting. But anyway, so yeah. So then Sherry Shepherd comes out. She's the manager, all this other stuff at the bank. Then the whole situation comes. Drama ensues. They won't cash her check because she don't have the ID. She pulls out the gun. The place gets surrounded by cops. Tiana Taylor with her, that another one of her Tyler Perry horrible wigs, being the police officer that everybody respects. They're trying to talk Janiyah off the ledge. A bunch of drama ensues. So it just like keeps going and going and going. I'm like, nobody's life is really this damn traumatic. But it's a Tyler Perry production. And so people was pissed off about it. People were sitting up here saying that they tired of seeing Black women in situations of peril and struggle. And this is not how, there needs to be some sort of a balance. That's what people are asking for. That he continues to make billions, I should say. Not even millions, billions, because he is a billionaire and he has his own studio. But yeah, when people are criticizing for capitalizing on Black women's struggles. So they said, quote, his latest offering, Straw, is trash, like all his movies, but the women love this ish. This is what one person wrote. Now, in a TikTok video where it says at Tia Rad at underscore Tia Rad underscore, excuse me, said she couldn't bring herself to watch the film more than once, arguing that she preferred to see more uplifting stories about Black women on the screen. Actually, let me see if I can open up that video and see if I can find that for y'all, because I just saw oh yeah, I got it. So let me actually play what she had to say in this, because that was not planned. I was like, you want to say maybe it's better. I mean, I can criticize too, because I am somebody who has watched Tyler Perry movies over the years, but I do feel like let's hear it from a sister and see what she had to say. If I can remember how to share my damn screen. See, this is why I told her I can't take a couple of days off because I forget how to work my damn show. Please hold. Okay, I got it. Let me close this. TikTok is getting on my. Oh, no. Now I'm looking a mess out here. I was like, how do we. Okay. Is the volume on? Is the volume on? Is the volume on? Yeah, let's go back.
So y'all, everybody is talking about the Tyler Perry movie Straw, and I just want to give a honest review on the movie. I like the movie. I think the actors did an amazing job. However, I will not be watching it again. You know how there's just some movies you just watch one time and one time was enough. Although it was a good movie, you just would not be watching it again. Straw was one of those movies. So of course we know Tyler Perry, I don't say glorifies the struggle, but he pretty much all his movies are about struggle, mainly within the Black community, mainly within Black women. And it would be nice to see something else happening with Black women, but that's his niche and that's just what he's going with. Get it, got it. As a mother and as a single mother, I just personally feel like it was just a little bit too much for me. I'm personally thankful that although single motherhood is hard, I'm thankful that I've never had it that hard. And for a lot of people, it went over their head. The woman was in grief. And a lot of times as women, as people, as women, as mothers, we don't even have time to process what we're going through. because we just have to keep going. And honestly, we all one tragedy away from clocking the hell out. I'm just being honest with you. Like, we all just one tragedy away from clicking out of reality. And that's what she did. She couldn't even grasp the concept that her daughter was gone, because all she knew is to go, not even process the emotion, just go with everyday life. And to be honest, I don't think anyone would be able to handle something happening all the time, whether it's an unhappy home life, whether it's a crappy job, illness with your children, car trouble, just something going on at every turn. That's enough to make anyone click out. And I just felt like the movie was relatable, but it was just a little bit too relatable for me. Good movie, great actors, would not be watching it again.
All right. Well, that was our overall assessment. And there's nothing wrong with dealing with grief. And so I do agree with that especially when you're a woman of color, Black women particularly, not allowed to process a lot of what's going on. It's always, okay, this is happening. I can't get too bad. I got to keep it moving. That was like me the other day when I was on the damn train. This bitch wasn't holding on to the damn pole or whatever, sitting there cackling with her friends in front of me. The train stops short. She steps on my foot and falls on me. You don't think I was pissed? I went off. But not before it was just like, okay, I can't be doing too much, because if I'm like in uniform, whatever the case is, and I'm cussing these people out, I can get in trouble over this. And I don't want, like, I'm not being a reflection of the job. Well, I didn't have my full uniform on, so they ain't know where the hell I work. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, we're not, a lot of times when things happen to us, even if it's an accident, whatever the case is, it's like you don't have a lot of time to process certain things before, when it's like, okay, you can't let this bother you. You still got a lot of this stuff going on. We still have to keep trucking through. And we should be allowed to have those emotional moments where we could just break down and have a situation. But the problem is with Tyler Perry, and nobody's saying that. Well, I guess maybe some people are saying that they're tired of you doing the same thing over and over. Like, you've been telling the same story for 2 decades. That's the issue. So it's like, you can tell those stories. We're aware of like how much grief and pain Black women go through, but you've been telling the same story for 20 years. It comes a point in time where it's like, you got anything else in the arsenal that you want to tell a story about? Like, I don't understand how you a billionaire with your own studio and we don't see like these. Where is the Black romantic comedy where you got Coffee Cerebral and I can't think of, I'll say, since I'm looking at it, like a Tiana Taylor in the lead or a Kelly Rowland. But then y'all put that horrible ass movie out with Kelly Rowland, so it's like, But where's that rom com where you have two dark skinned leads in the film, where it's not the only way that you see a Black person in a rom com is it's got to be of a mixed race relationship, which is what we normally see in mainstream films. You barely see rom coms with people outside of being white in movies. I mean, except we did have that one with Pedro Pascal that came out this weekend and it bombed. But Pedro Pascal is white presenting, so that's different. Even though that name is very Latino, he's white presenting because of his complexion. So where are those Black leading rom-coms? Where is that science fiction action movie where you have Black leads in it? Where it's like Angela Bass is the captain of her own ship or whatever, and there's like aliens have infiltrated the ship and they're all getting killed. I'm just using it as an example. That ain't got to be the plot. But where is, those lead films where you see a lot of these powerful Black actors in positions of power? Where's that full-fledged Black horror movie? Why aren't we coming up with? And I'm saying, because if you don't have the vernacular or the wherewithal or the bandwidth to come up with these stories, and don't get me wrong, I know there ain't no way in hell Tyler Perry, with his empire, is able to come up with all these stories and not have writer's block. Hence why I do feel like a lot of his product does suffer, because it's literally you writing the same script over and over. I feel like sometimes you go through your scripts and you just be regurgitating shit, expecting people not to notice. So yeah, a lot of people be calling them out on it. It's like, I get that's your niche, I get that's what you do, but it's gonna get to a certain point where it's like, And I feel like we're at that point where people just want something a little different. People want something a little new. Some people want something fresh. And I don't understand when you get Black people in power, where is that diversity? Where is that variety? And I'm talking about diversity in regards of products. I'm not talking in quality of your movies, not quantity. And I'm talking about, yeah, when I'm talking about diversity, I'm talking about like, where is the different genres of movies you explore? Like if I had my own studio that I was running, I would definitely have a team of writers where it's like, okay, I need somebody to, can y'all find me a script and we're going to diversify. We're going to make a horror movie. But the whole core of what this studio is about, it's about uplifting diverse people of color. So if you are someone whose Muslim got a good story, we'll make it over here at the studio. If you have the money, I mean, if you have an idea, which is like a slasher movie, which is with a predominantly Black cast, if it's good, I'll look at it, I'll buy it, we'll get it made. So I don't understand why you in these positions, you continue to make the same movie over and over. And Tyler Perry, at the end of the day, can do whatever the hell he wants in his own studio. But I think what bothers me about him is the fact that, yes, you're going to have those people that criticize what you make. He has a problem with y'all criticizing him. He always comes up and he's always bitter about it, or he always got some little clapback or whatever the case is. And it's like, sir, you have to be aware that you have to be open for criticism if you're going to be in this space of movie making. And if people are feeling like your product is not delivering, that it's a little too much on the melodrama, that it's a lot of scenarios that people are like, okay, this is not believable in certain situations. Even though the young lady that we just posted, she was like, it was a little too real for her, that she could relate to a lot of this stuff. So that's her term of events. That's something that she can relate to in that some sort of way, but not everybody is going to be able to relate to all of that. And it's like, yeah, first of all, I know a lot of people ain't dealing with all this stuff in there, but it's like some of the underliningness of what's going on with grief and trauma and all this stuff, we could all relate to that. But all the events happening at once in that day, I'm like, is that realistic for some people? I definitely want to know from y'all. You could drop that down in the comments. But you know, he's made billions of dollars exploiting the trauma of Black women. And if this is the way that they're okay with it, like I know, like my mother and my sister, they're the demographic. My cousins, you know, my aunts and all them, they are the demographic for these type of films. They love Tyler Perry. My mother loves Tyler Perry movies. My sister loves Tyler Perry movies, TV shows. He could do no wrong. You know, if I'm calling him out on stuff, I'm a hater. But it's like, no, I always want more for my people. I'm not somebody that is just going to sit and settle for stuff because, oh, a Black man in a position of power is giving opportunities. I'm here for an opportunity. I'm grateful for an opportunity. However, the way you go about the opportunity is where the issue goes. And if the only way that we're going to accept and be happy for opportunity is off of the exploitation of Black pain, then I don't want it. Hence why I don't watch slave movies. Because it's like, how many goddamn slave movies y'all gonna make? We got it. We know what happened in those days. I know maybe some kids need their memories refreshed because we're in a current situation where politicians are trying to erase history from America and white people's, you know, part in the overall treatment of Black people in slavery and how we in modern day slavery, if you ask me. When you look at gentrification and all that other stuff, we can get into that, but I got a whole lot of other topics to get to, and this is not a political show. This is hot topics. Celebrity news and gossip. That's what we're doing here. So I can totally get in that sort of situation, and hence why and I almost forgot to bring him up because I was about to wrap this show up or this topic. Ryan Coogler, which I'm sure probably has somebody like a Tyler Perry shaking in his boots, because Ryan Coogler had created something called Sinners, which talks about our history and the exploitation of, you know, the trauma and all that stuff that we dealt with, and how we are exploited by white people, and the history of like our music and all this other stuff, and seeing all that and showing that, you know what, we are not bound by the things and by our past, by our trauma, by those things. And the way that certain characters, particularly that scene with Delroy Lindo, where he was explaining what happened when it was like they had the money that they made from performing and they went out and they were having a good time, and then the white man went and lied, and because he pulled out one of the friends pulled out a wad of money and basically said like, oh, he stole that from a white man, which he didn't. He earned that on his own accord. And we didn't. And from him telling the story alone was compelling enough versus you having to show it on screen and you could hear the lynching, the sounds of the lynching while you were watching the movie, based off of Delroy Lindo having that moment in the car where they were driving through the cotton field, and he was explaining a traumatic situation that happened in his life. And you hearing the sound effects go along with that. To me, that's more effective than having to see sweaty ass Taraji with her edges looking a mess, that hair needing some grease, and her looking sweaty and funky while she going through her moment because she's having a breakdown. Hence, there's a movie also called Breakdown. But yeah, so I definitely want to hear from y'all. What did you guys think of this story? And did you see Straw? And are you at your final straw over the shenanigans that Tyler Perry continues to, put out here in regards of what people are calling his exploitation of Black women and their trauma in his movies? So I definitely want to hear from y'all. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Chad, that was a lot. He said, not the no neck having. Oh, I was like, I was in there trying to give a review, and I just started going off on a tangent. I'm like, because that's what Tyler Perry movies do to me. They irk my spirit. And on top of that, I have a disdain for Sherry Shepherd because she been saying some dumb-ish as of late. The whole thing about, damn, who was it that she mentioned about that was talking about, oh, you got to be a role model for the kids. You out here half naked. That foolishness. And of course, how people in the comments was agreeing with it. I'm like, whatever. And then, she's been saying a lot of dumb stuff, but this is the same broad that think the earth is flat. So don't nobody listen to her. Breaking news in inbox, a Project Runway. What? Hold on. And we said about to talk about Project Runway. I don't think I know who this is, though. He said a former contestant on Project Runway was killed at a No Kings parade in Utah over the weekend. Fashion designer Arthur Falasa Alu was shot by peacekeepers at the anti-Trump rally in Salt Lake City. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with who he is. And of course, this is Radar Online, and then you got bigots and stuff writing this in the comments. But yeah, I'm not really familiar. I mean, may he rest in peace, but I'm not really familiar with who he was. He must have been on one of those seasons that I didn't watch, but not that makes a difference. But still, it's like y'all go on a peaceful protest, and they're out here, the police and everything provoking fights and provoking the protesters, shooting and all the other stuff that I've been seeing on TV, and then people, I just can't. This narrative that these, especially that the legacy media is pushing, this false narrative is just annoying too. She done nailed that bullseye. Black female struggle, his brand. So I'm not getting. Why do you think I kept using them she/her pronouns if y'all called them while I was talking about Miss Perry? Speaking of which, damn, I forgot to bring up because you bringing up Mariah Carey. Directly after we talked about Tyler Perry, there was a story going around where they showed Mariah ex Brian Tanaka on a boat with Tyler Perry. Which I think they was discussing. How to cornhole. He says, Sebi says, where's the Black version of Legally Blonde? Where is legal, not legally hood. I mean, it don't have to be set in the hood. Look, there's Black folks that live in the suburbs. Everything don't have to be hood coded. Like, we can also show other sides as well. Like, back in I just find it weird that people don't remember back in the 90s, we had so many variety of Black movies. Like, when you watch Soul Food, they ain't living no projects. They lived in the suburbs. We got our Boys in the Hood and Menace Society and all this stuff, but we also got positive depictions of Black people. And so, I find it annoying. You said, I concur. Pedro Pascal, the white passer ethnic friend that's out of touch. White people used to say they're diverse. And I love me some Pedro Pascal, but we got to call it what it is. It's like, yeah, you're not going to put, like, if we're going to talk about a movie, I don't even remember the name of that damn movie, the one with Dakota Johnson and Chris Evans and Pedro Pascal. If you were to swap out Pedro Pascal with Laz Alonso, then I'd be like, okay, now there's some diversity. And Laz Alonso is Latino, so He is he Cuban? I'm not necessarily sure what his background is, but I did love. I was a Lovecraft Country fan. I like that show. That's where we first discovered Jonathan Majors. I like that show, and I only watched. The only reason why I watched it is because of Journey Smollett, because I was a Journey Smollett fan, and ever since she was on Full House. But after that, I was like, because I knew she was in it, that's why I watched it. And plus, they had like these supernatural elements, so that's why another reason. And also, Michael K. Williams was in it. That was another reason why I watched the show. So it was based on the cast, and it was also based on like the subject matter. So that's why I watched it. That and Watchmen, the one with Regina King. I like that show too, but it only lasted one damn season. Oh, Marginal. That's the name of the movie. He said his first film, Diary of a Mad Black Woman, has been repeated. How baby times make you ask for Medea. Well, look, I like a lot of his earlier stuff. I like Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Some of the Medea stuff was good, and some of the stuff that he made. Why Did I Get Married? I like that film, but afterwards, it's kind of like he's lost touch. He's lost his touch, and that's where you need to bring in fresh blood, people with fresh eyes, somebody who has a that can keep that. If this is your niche, who can keep that going. The problem of the matter is, while these actors are running here, oh, the only time I got a bump in pay was when I worked on a Tyler Perry movie. He paid them actors, but he don't want to pay them writers. So that's where the problem lies. He wants to write everything himself because they will. I'm the only one that gets what I'm talking about. It's like, well, maybe you need to explain it. But there's many people who are like, they have visions and ideas and things, and if they get writer's block, they collaborate with people. But you don't want to do that. The messaging from a lot of his stuff is seemingly shrouded in misogyny, anti-feminism, as if all Black women are. Absolutely. And that's why I was like, I don't know many Black women like that. So that's one of the reasons why it bothers me when we see these type of films and people buy into it, because I wasn't raised around those type of Black women. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know Black women who have had traumatic situations, and we've had conversations where they told me about things that they've dealt with. But for the most part, I don't know many Black women who have been through those struggles, or am around those, Black women who have had those type of struggles that he continues to exploit. And it's like, yeah, they are multifaceted, and I would like for him to show that, but he doesn't. And to me, it's like, you know what? People, when you are in a position of power, people look at that as, is that all there is? So, yeah, so I always say, like, you have a responsibility to kind of check all the boxes. That's what I try to do. It said that new music video was terrible. I still have, you want to, no shade, but I still haven't watched the video yet. That's how busy I've been this weekend. I didn't even have time to watch Mariah's new video. I posted it on social media, but I didn't even watch it. I believe it. First of all, I always got a fluid vibe from Brian Tanaka. You know who also I got a vibe from? Jennifer's ex-dancer man, Casper. You know he liked the T-girls. How you doing? You said too much Robert Ray Wayans of you. Not very Wayans. It said none of his female characters ever seem to be nuanced or layered to be fully flat. Absolutely. Out human beings with emotional stability and intelligence, even down to how they interact with one another. Well, I'm glad somebody said, everything I've been trying to say, because, sometimes I've been trying to find the words, but it's like, yeah, I totally agree that, yeah, none of the characters are fully fleshed out of nuance. It's always like, that's why I think I use the term melodrama. Like, it always falls so much in like it's comical, or it's like a telenovela. Like, it's giving very that. Like, Jania's character was always up here. There was never no ebbs and flows. It was always like over the top drama, a lot of energy. And you know what was another thing that was a red flag for me? When she told me, I can't remember the actual amount of time that they filmed. I think she said they filmed that movie in 2 weeks. I said, there it is. How y'all out here filming whole movies in 2 weeks? Like, this is not a play. So his work, the way he directs movies, always bothers me. Most of the time when it comes to movies, it takes about 3 months to shoot one movie. How are you done in 2 weeks? Like, even down to the fact of, You don't think that some of these characters need to be fleshed out more? You don't think that there needs to be a reshoot somewhere? Like, no, we're just gonna go. We're gonna film everything in this. I was like, a mess. That's why I be side eyeing him with his movies. Yes, he is the highest paid drag queen. Well, look, quiet as it's kept. Some people said that a lot of his Medea-isms was stolen from Miss Sophia. You better look her up. When Lambs asked where was the earth-shattering cameo. Yeah, that's why I cackled, because I'm like, wait a minute. So is Mr. Beast the big cameo? He said, I love you, but you're heading into Madonna territory listening to your kids. Because I'm sitting like, yeah. That's why I found it funny, like, Crystal Vanity, who is a friend of the show, said that she thought it was going to be Britney. But then y'all said Mr. Beast. And it's like, besides, unless you live in a social media bubble, those are the only ones, those are the people who know who Mr. Beast is. I know who Mr. Beast is because, yeah, I'm in the social media bubble, and because he has his own little, The Challenge-esque type competition series on Prime Video. But other than that, it's like, nobody outside your kids know who Mr. Beast is. And quiet as it's kept, the Moroccan and Monroe generation is not listening to Mariah Carey. I mean, quiet as is also kept, Moroccan didn't even want y'all hanging out in his little room when he was. Well, I know it's a huge room, but I'm just saying it's little because if you living with Mariah, your room is not little. But when he was live streaming and his mother and his sister came in the room, he was getting mad. Like, can y'all get out of my room? That was literally Moroccan getting tight because I was in his damn room. So, you at that age where the kids, your kids don't even want to be around their parent. They find everything y'all do cringe and embarrassing. It's a Google Brian Tanaka good for Morocco. Yeah, and I was like, look, first of all, Brian Tanaka can get it. I always looked at him like, you know what? I will throw you across the bed and tear them guts up. And I was like, why are you with Mariah again? Maybe she needed herself a little homosexual companion. He said, I heard she's going into GTA 6. Like my friend said, does Lambs play Grand Theft Auto? Mimi, nobody knows GTA 6. I'm sure they probably do. And honestly, looking forward to Grand Theft Auto. I'm sure she's got fans that play Grand Theft Auto. I haven't played Grand Theft Auto since I was little. So, yeah, I haven't really played it in a long time. But anyway, let's get back into the show. And let's get into this Grammy controversy because after I heard about this whole Grammy situation, I'm going to admit I was hella confused as to what, like, I'm still kind of confused with the categories and all this other stuff that they're coming out with. So before I get to the Beyonce backlash, let me read this other article because they're basically talking about how the Grammys unveiled the date for the 2026 show and the nominations, new categories, including Best Album Cover, which I do find that relatively interesting. So now y'all got to get real creative and come up with album covers, which I'm always like, but maybe they should have been did that back in the day because there was some phenomenal album covers, especially like from people like Bjork. Like if you ever seen her album covers, she always put a lot of work into her stuff. And there's a lot of artists out here that really put the effort into their album covers. Like I love FKA Twigs album cover. When Madonna usually puts out an album cover, her album covers are always sad. I don't know if I like that Mayhem album cover because it looked like Lady Gaga got one of them $2 wigs. I'm like, you know what would have worked better? That little wig that she had on that was like where it looked like a reverse dye job, where it was like green and was like a different thing. And so I was like, I kind of like that way. But anyway, so February 1st, 2026 is when the Grammys is set to premiere at the Crypto Arena in Los Angeles. And that'll be the 68th annual Grammy Awards. So they said following its annual board meeting, it has also announced several new awards and changes to the awards process effective immediately. Perhaps the most interesting among these new awards is Best Album Cover, which, like the introduction of a Best Songwriter award 3 years ago, was a surprisingly long-time omission, especially considering the long-time presence of Best Liner Notes and Packaging Awards. The two separate packaging awards have been combined into one, which I'm like, I always loved growing up, like how they would do the liner notes and the packaging. Like, remember when I would buy like CDs and stuff, because vinyl was before my time. My parents was buying vinyl, but I'm of the age of like CDs and things. So when I would buy CDs, I would definitely be stumbling from cover to cover. When they had the lyrics and stuff up in there, like I always like when the artist actually took the time to have like a booklet, and the booklet would always smell so good. Like I don't know, I always love the smell of the book when you would take it out the liner notebook or the album cover book, whatever you want to call it. And then you go in and you read who worked on what. Like I always want to know who the producers were, who the writers were. Like I was always reading up in that, because if I was a fan of production, all the stuff, I paid attention to all of that. And then the bonus would be if they wrote the lyrics and everything on, in the booklets. Now you got Apple Music. They put the lyrics and stuff in the thing, so I can actually read the lyrics as I'm listening to the song. So they said, the Academy's top priority is to represent the music people that we serve each year. This is what Harvey Mason Jr., CEO of the Recording Academy, had to say. He said that entails listening carefully to our members to make sure our rules and guidelines reflect today's music and allows us to accurately recognize as many deserving creators as possible. As we kick off another exciting Grammy season, we look forward to celebrating the amazing power of music and its ability to bring so many people together. Because, as Madonna says, music makes the people come together, including the bourgeoisie and the rebel. Now, the Grammy Award field and category updates entails eligibility. Well, general field says eligibility for Best New Artist has been expanded to include artists that have been previously nominated in Album of the Year, but whose contributions fell below the current 20% playing time threshold. This update allows acts who were credited as feature artists on projects that were Grammy nominated or Album of the Year in a previous award cycle to be eligible for Best New Artist consideration. I'm like, my brain hurt trying to understand what the fuck. Like, I was like, what? Or am I still exhausted? Or, sometimes I'll be having my days. Like, am I the only one that was confused by that? Then they said country field, which I think this is where the drama starts. The existing Best Country Album category has been renamed Best Contemporary Country Album, and a new category, Best Traditional Country Album, has been added. So with that being said, and I'm glad I ain't got to read the rest. If y'all want to read the rest, y'all can go on my website and check that out. But since we got that out of the way, this is where the BeyHive now came in and said, okay, now here y'all go, moving the goalposts once again, because y'all was not expecting Beyonce to win Best Country Album, which is her peers vote for who they want to win. This is not some whatever kind of messy situation that y'all got going over there at the Country Music Awards where y'all want to sit and gatekeep who gets in and who doesn't get in. K. Michelle breaks all of this down, like how the whole country music scene is. And we're going to get to that story coming up with her and Tamar, because she recently did an interview with, who was it? Cam Newton. And she broke down like how the country music world really is, particularly when it's like Black artists trying to navigate through that world. So if y'all haven't gotten around to that, and I'm going to promote it again when we get to that topic about her and Tamar, definitely check that interview out that she did with Cam Newton. It's like 2.5 hours and it's very insightful. So definitely check that out, especially if you want to understand how the whole country music space is pertaining, especially to the handful of Black people, because I think she says like 12 of them running around. So with all this, of course, yes, it has started controversy with the BeyHive. And so they said, which I agree with, sometimes the most revealing moments of institutional bias happen not through dramatic confrontations, but through quiet policy changes that speak louder than any public statement ever could. The Grammy Awards just provided a masterclass on how organizations respond to challenges to their traditional power structures, and the timing couldn't be more suspicious or telling. Shout out to Rolling Out for this story, by the way. So this says the Recording Academy's announcement of a new Best Traditional Country Album category, coupled with renaming the existing Best Country Album to Best Contemporary Country Album, might seem like a routine administrative housekeeping. Except for one crucial detail that makes this decision impossible to view as coincidental timing. This change comes directly after Beyonce's historical win for Cowboy Carter in the country category, creating what critics are calling a textbook example of moving the goalposts after someone you didn't expect scores a goal. You mean how kind of like how they doing with Zorn Mamdani in New York? How they scared that he gonna take New York from, you know, the corporatist centrist like Cuomo, who thinks he's entitled to New York because he's a Cuomo. You know, I always got to throw some politics in something. But anyway, so it says the implications of the decision extend far beyond Grammy categories or even country music specifically. This represents a case study of how institutions maintain control when faced with outcomes that challenge their traditional narratives about who belongs in certain spaces and what authentic artistic expression looks like. Exactly. And you have someone like Beyonce who is challenging the status quo, who is challenging the music industry, and by coming out with country music, because we all know the history, well, for those who didn't, but now know because of Cowboy Carter, she is challenging the history of country music. It's like, yes, we know country music is predominantly white leaning, but we're not going to ignore the history of country music, which is Black people were at the forefront of folk, blues, that whole country sound. But then white people kind of took it off and did their own thing with it. But now Beyonce is jumping into this space, and you start to hear all the racial stuff that comes out, the bigoted undertones, the shadiness from the country music organizations. But you need to come hobnob and do this. And I'll guarantee you, all those same people that are white, you ain't said that to them. But when it's Black folks, you got to damn near jump through hoops and do hopscotch and all kinds of other stuff just so that way we can even get an iota of acknowledgement or acceptance from a certain demographic of people who ain't never gonna see it for you any damn way. But Beyonce ain't bothered. She out here living her best life on this Cowboy Carter tour, turning it out for 3 hours. Whenever, I don't know, I won't say every night, because child, you ain't gonna be able to do no 3-hour performance every night. You will be dead to right. Like, you will be a mess doing that. But she's doing her tour. She's living her best life. She's entertaining people, or edutating, as I like to say, and people are eating it up and enjoying the show. So it says that Beyonce's Cowboy, sorry. Beyonce's Cowboy Carter wasn't just another album release. It was a cultural statement that forced conversations about the roots of country music and the artificial boundaries that have been constructed around the genre. The album demonstrated deep understanding of country traditions while pushing the genre into new creative territory, exactly the kind of artistic achievement that awards are supposed to celebrate, which is why you got people say, it ain't a real country album. It's like, country is whatever you want it to be. Like, you feel like it has to literally sound like this. Mind you, wasn't it white folks that was out here pollinating genres of music when it came to, like, when you look at people like a Jelly Roll or even Post Malone, like, don't they cross genres with their music? And y'all don't be, and where's the energy for that? But Beyonce incorporates different types of sounds with the country album that she's doing, similar to what Madonna did with Music, where there was folk, country sounds, electronic elements, and all those other things. And then she made it hers. Just like how Beyonce said, this ain't a country album, this is a Beyonce album. I feel it's the same way with Madonna and Music. Music is a cross-pollination of different genres. The foundation might be folk music. The foundation might be country in certain situations, but I'm putting my own spin on this genre of music. And I feel like that's what, whether you like it or not, that's what Beyonce did with Cowboy Carter. All the while educating you on the history of what, about the roots of country music. So now, instead of universal celebration, the win triggered a defensive response that reveals uncomfortable truths about how the music industry views Black artists who excel in traditionally white genres. The fact that Beyonce was completely shut out of Country Music Association nominations, despite her Grammy success, shows how different organizations within the industry can have a vastly different standard for inclusion. The Grammy win should have been seen as validation that country music's boundaries are broader and more inclusive than many assumed. Instead, it apparently created enough discomfort with traditional country music circles that the Recording Academy felt compelled to create separate categories that could theoretically prevent similar future wins from disrupting established hierarchies. And they said that this happened. I can't remember which song it was or whatever it was, the genre, but not genre, but they said this is the same thing that happened with Beyonce and the Renaissance album. When Break My Soul won, they couldn't figure out if they wanted to put it in the best dance category or whatever the case was. So they decided to come up with a new thing after. So yeah, they like to do this. It's like, so what? White folks invented house music? Where? Because with Renaissance, Act One, which is technically Act Two, but Act One, um, that was the history of Black people and queer people and their contributions to house music. Not that shit, that EDM crap that Katy Perry and them is out here making. But we're talking about real house music where you had Larry Levan, Frankie Knuckles, those legendary iconic DJs, and people like oh my God, what's his name from Nile Rodgers from Chic. I almost forgot his name. So we had Nile Rodgers, so many other than the iconic figures from the whole dance music world, and what they brought to the genre. And remember, like places like Twilo and the Sound Factory and all those places, Danceteria, all those spots. So they said, I was like, well, let me see where I left off at. Okay, so it said the message being sent is clear, even if it's not explicitly stated. When an artist challenges assumptions about genre ownerships and demonstrates the excellence transcends racial and cultural boundaries, the response isn't to celebrate that expansion of possibilities, but to create new rules that restore the previous status quo. This is a long one, so I'm like, let me get to what the people were saying with the backlash. So it said the public response to the Grammy category changes has been swift and largely critical, with social media platforms becoming venues for expressing frustration with what many see as transparent attempts to maintain exclusion through bureaucratic maneuvering. The phase moving the goalpost has become central to many of these critiques, perfectly capturing the sense that rules are being changed specifically to prevent certain outcomes. The intensity of the backlash suggests that audiences are becoming increasingly sophisticated about recognizing institutional bias and less willing to accept explanations that don't acknowledge obvious timing and context. People understand that policy changes don't happen in vacuums and that the Grammy decision represents choices about values and priorities. The debate has also sparked broader conversations about how award organizations should balance traditional with evolution and whether maintaining separate categories based on style differences serves artistic and political purposes. Many critics argue that creating more divisions within genres ultimately serves to limit rather than expand opportunities for recognition. I just feel like it gets confusing after a while because we got to create more categories and more categories. It's like, look, can y'all just simplify it like how they did over at this is why I love what they did with the BET Awards. They celebrated the music, the wins, and the performances. They didn't make things so complicated over there. Maybe because when it comes to establishments of where it's color, where the color is black, where it's black leaning, and it's celebrating black music, we have a more broader sense of like we're not trying to come up with 89 different damn categories where people are hella confused. And this is sort of like y'all just trying to create more things to confuse people so that way, oh well, that was a fluke. It wasn't no damn fluke. You just didn't like the fact that she won this award, which I wanted to keep it more or less white people winning this award. So now we got to create something so that way that situation won't ever happen again. So we try to that's that gatekeeping mess. Y'all trying to control the gate. They slipped through the gate. Beyonce slipped through the gate. And now you want to make sure it doesn't happen again. And this is why I feel like at this point, Beyonce, you already won damn near 3 dozen Grammys. At this point, you don't need no more. You can tell them people to kiss every crack of your ass and just don't even give the Grammys, to pay them dust. Like, don't even go to their events and stuff no more. Because if they're gonna keep playing these games, they're gonna keep playing in your face. They still gonna be mad with the fact that you won Best Country Album and you finally won Album of the Year based off of Cowboy Carter. If this is how they're gonna be, these bitter ass clear folks, because I'm not saying all white people, just these bitter ass ones. If y'all gonna be in y'all feelings and stuff about this, then at this point it's like, you know what? I got my little, 3 dozen Grammys. I don't need no more. I'm gonna just keep doing what I do. I'm just gonna use my platform as a music icon, legend, whichever one you want to use, and be like, well, I'm just going to keep doing what I do. And if you want to love what I do, if you want to come on board, if you want to accept it, then that's great. If you don't, okay, I'm going to still keep doing what the hell I want to do. So now they went on to say, to wrap this up, the Grammy controversy around country music categories represents a crucial test case for how award organizations will navigate increasing pressure for inclusion while managing resistance from traditional constituencies who prefer existing hierarchies. The outcome of this particular controversy could influence how other institutions approach similar challenges. If the Recording Academy proceeds with this category change, despite widespread criticism, it could encourage other organizations to use similar strategies when faced with outcomes that challenge their traditional narratives. This could lead to increasing fragmentation of award categories that ultimately serves to maintain rather than challenge existing barriers. Ultimately, sustained public pressure could force the Grammy organization to consider their approach and find ways to honor both traditional and innovative approaches to country music without creating separate hierarchies. This would require general commitment to inclusion rather than bureaucratic solutions that appear inclusive while maintaining familiar power structures. The broader implications tend to extend to how the music industry handles questions about cultural appropriation, artistic authenticity, and genre boundaries. The Grammys' approach suggests preference for maintaining clear distinctions rather than embracing the fluid, collaborative nature of music evolution. So, look, I feel like if this is the game that you want to play, then play it. But don't be shocked by the outcome, especially when it comes to cultural tensions and representation. And to me, it's like at the end of the day, it's about the authenticity of it all. And that should always expand beyond what the award shows is. But what basically the Grammys response is basically saying, it basically sheds a light on institutional attitudes and the likelihood of fair recognition for their efforts, because there needs to be a way that we can congratulate and give people well-deserved awards without y'all having to pull all these little stunts because y'all mad that Beyonce decided to change the overall narrative of what she considers is her version of a traditional country album. Because I've heard many a times when people say, this ain't no country album, that ain't no real country music. When is she gonna actually get up there and sing? And those are the meanwhile, you be seeing all these little clear girls up there on that stage flailing around like a drunken seal trying to do choreography. And it's like, girl, I don't know what that is, but that ain't dancing. But you gonna criticize Beyonce. At least she be on point with her damn dancing. So yeah, this is a real long one. There was more to the article, but I was like, we're gonna be here for like 30 minutes talking about this. So I definitely want to hear from y'all because yeah, it is a lot to unpack. It's a lot to talk about regarding this whole Grammy situation and the stunt and show that they pulling, because it definitely reeks of racism. It definitely reeks of, as they were saying, like, yeah, they're moving the goalposts. Like, you did this before when it came to Break My Soul in the Grammys, because it's not no traditional dance. Mind you, but have you looked at some of the people y'all nominate in the category of dance music? Some of that shit is questionable. And this is from a house head. So I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding that and this whole stunt and show that the Grammys is pulling, where they're trying to come up with two different categories regarding country music because bitter asses behind the scenes are mad that Beyonce won for Cowboy Damn Carter twice. She won multiple, but she got the best country album and she got album of the year based off of that record. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Not Tongdaka. Not Astroworld cover. Oh no, we're not gonna bring up Astroworld based off the stuff that happened with that. Bjork's album covers are so beautiful. Medulla is my favorite album from her and my favorite cover with the, yeah, I definitely like that. She's always found creative ways to come up with stuff. So I do like the idea that they're finally giving recognition to album covers, because I do feel like album covers should win. So that means y'all got to step it up in regards of the type of overall album aesthetic. None of that AI crap, none of that stuff. Like, really go in and do a shoot. Named as by Michael Jackson, American Life by Madonna, Body Language by Kylie Minogue, and Spice Girls' first two albums, the way their images was used to spell each other in Spice. Yeah. There was some creative album. I feel like they put weight. This is a category that should have came out like 25, 30 years ago, because that's when people really put their foot. I mean, even before then, like back in the day, before I was born, I'm sure there've been a lot of artists that have put a lot of effort in album covers. Kind of wish they would just, like, I kind of look at it as like, are they really putting effort in their album covers now? Well, we know Charlie XCX ain't getting no album cover Grammy. Not over no black font and with no green background. He said another group did that. I saw Girls Aloud was about to, but was rejected. But as Polydor said, that's such associated with the Spice Girls, it would be ripping off seeing each member. Yeah. Spell out our letters of the group's names. G-A. Oh. Yeah. But I don't know if, yeah, that probably would have been like, yeah, y'all trying to copy. Not, oh, you talking about Tamar, where you said Janice again? Same story for rock and rap. I mean, they're trying to do that because when Beyonce do release that rock album, they want to get ahead of that. But then y'all didn't create a category in the rock situation. Quiet as it's kept, the people that y'all be nominating for rock album, they could use a little boost from someone like a Beyonce, because a lot of these rock albums y'all been nominating, like, really? That's what y'all giving? I miss the real rock shit that y'all should be out here nominating, but they don't. Creating these made-up genres like contemporary country music is literally segregation. Well, one thing about people should know about segregation is the antebellum South, since they love their country music, so it's quite on brand for them, isn't it? It's literally segregation. They were still using the word urban. Oh yeah, that's another one. Then we look at it now. That's such a cringe word. Especially when you go into record stores and you see like the urban section. It's like, really? So yeah, because she has record wins and they get mad over that. But where's the energy for Miss Beyonce Swift? Genres are so gatekept nowadays. Even today, it's nothing but white girls in 2020's pop music, with the exception of SZA and Tyler. Child, speaking of Tyler, isn't she supposed to be hosting the Nickelodeon Awards? We'll see how well that goes over, because with her personality, a lot of people don't be liking her personality. So this is a chance for her to redeem herself. My opinion is because Gen Z is also breaking a genre, saying it's so gatekept. It's gatekeeping black acts and Gen Z and future acts. Well, the way that we listen to music so differently, the industry is still on trying to gatekeep and put people in these little boxes and categories. But people don't listen to music like that. I know I don't, especially the way I'll be listening, when I be listening to like, what's the word? When I'm streaming music and I have a playlist. Probably the best album cover category doesn't become a contest. It actually portrays an aesthetic that represents the music. Meaning what? Like, they have fans vote on it. And that's what I was thinking too. I'm like, if y'all really want to kill the ratings over there, then okay, then y'all keep coming up with these stupid little segregation categories. Or segregative. Is that even a word? All right, y'all. So let's get to our next topic. Let's talk about Miss Sabrina Carpenter, who is being, well, she did mention that she has an album called Man's Best Friend coming out in August. And the people are mad because they're like, it's a little too soon for you to be releasing a new album, especially with the success of her recent album and an Espresso. And she's been out here touring like crazy. She's about to hit the road again, I believe, later this year. Which I kind of always sensed that. I was like, you know what? I think we get new music. Even though when we talked about it on the show, I said she should release a deluxe edition. And then I was reminded that she already released a deluxe edition. So I was like, you should do a deluxe edition. But then nevertheless, I think maybe in my head, I was saying like, you know what, maybe she needs to just put out a new album. Or maybe I did say that out loud. I don't remember. Y'all know I do cover a lot of stuff on this show. So I can't always remember exactly verbatim what I've said. But I probably have alluded to the fact that, you know what, maybe Sabrina needs to drop a new album. But some people feel it's too early. And apparently she thought how I thought, because she has a new album coming out and people are bitching about it. And people are also bitching over the fact that they feel like her overall aesthetic as a performer has become a little too sexual. But to me, I look at a lot of what she does as a satirical play on being sort of the pop star sex kitten. But people aren't seeing through the irony of what she's doing. But sometimes you gotta spell that shit out for people, like Chaperone had to do for Got to Go. Now, Sabrina Carpenter is on the cover of Rolling Stone and defending some of her controversial choices, starting with the surprise announcement that her new album, Man's Best Friend, is arriving just 1 year after the global smash success of Short and Sweet. The Grammy winner is still on her Short and Sweet tour, which doesn't wrap until just before Thanksgiving. Some fans are wondering if Carpenter is risking overexposure by releasing an entirely new album so soon after her last, but the singer doesn't care. She said, if I really wanted to, I could have stretched out Short and Sweet much, much longer. This is what she said. But I'm at a point in my life where I'm like, wait a second, there's no rules. If I'm inspired to write and make something new, I would rather do that. Why would I wait 3 years just for the sake of waiting 3 years? It's all about what feels right. I'm learning to listen to a lot. I'm learning to listen to that a lot more instead of what's perceived as the right or wrong move. So yeah, what she's referring to. Oh wait, I'll get to that after I finish reading what she had to say, because I just realized she has more. So she says, not to be dramatic, but what can I do while my legs still work? I'm limber. Let's use it, she added later in her career hustle. My brain is sharp. Let's write. I try not to get sad about the fact that nothing lasts forever, but genuinely, it's such a beautiful time right now. I want to soak it up and keep making things while I'm feeling this way. And look, she's worked a long time to get where she is. She had to go through 5 previous albums for her 6th album to catch on. And now that she has been catapulted to superstardom, she wants to strike while the iron's hot. Because you know how y'all brain spans are. A lot of y'all got the mindset of a damn gnat. Here today, gone today. So she has to put music out. But to play on what she's saying, if this is something that she genuinely wants to do, then what's the issue? I'm sure a lot of y'all done moved on from Short and Sweet after listening to it ad nauseum, and y'all want new music. Y'all, there's people out here, and me included, I should say, bitching and moaning about Madonna. Where's your new album? It's been almost 6 years since, between the Madam X era and this upcoming album, whenever that's coming. We know you've been working on it with Stuart Price, but it's like, I'd rather someone was like, okay. And I even think there was a point where back in the day, there were artists that were always releasing albums every year. Rihanna released the album every year up until Auntie. And then, I think it was before Auntie, she had taken like a little break. But her first 8 albums, it was every year Rihanna released a new record. We ain't no problem with that. Why people got a problem with it now? With Sabrina releasing music. And it's like, yeah, if she's inspired, then why not create some new stuff? She likes being out here performing. She likes touring. She's not in a relationship. Her and Barry Keoghan ain't together. So if she has it within her to want to get out here and make music, then let her do that. You know what? I was even thinking, I don't know if y'all saw the Rolling Stone cover, but I was like thinking about pulling that up on here, but I don't know if we'll get in trouble, so I will not. We'll just keep this picture up. So now, she also noted that many of her music icons, with Dolly Parton and Linda Ronstadt, will release a 10-song album every year. Did I just say that? That there's artists out here that release albums back to back to back to back to back? Hence why if you look at certain artists, how they on album 18, album 19, I'm like, God damn, why are you able to put out that many records? I forget how many damn albums Elton John has out. But there's people out here that have like literally over 24 records. And it's because they constantly pushing out music. But if the inspiration is there, if the creativity is there, then why not? As long as the music doesn't suffer, as long as the quality of the music, I should say, doesn't suffer, then keep putting out music every year. And then we're in this type of climate where it's just like, yeah, I need to put out music every year. I don't want to have to wait 3, 4, 5 years to put out records, especially if I'm inspired. So now she said, I'm like, when did we stop doing that? Writers write, they make music, then they release music. I understand the beauty of disappearing. My last 2 albums both took 2.5 years to make, and they needed to. I just think every project is different. It just has to feel right. Now, during the Short and Sweet tour, Carpenter has faced backlash from people upset with her for simulating sex positions on stage when a lot of her fans are young girls and children. The tour's most viral moment has become when Carpenter sings Juno and does a funny sex act after she says the lyrics, "Want to try out some freaky positions? Have you ever tried this one?" She also ends Bad Chem by pretending to have sex with a male dancer behind a curtain. Carpenter refuses to be shamed by parents. She said, "It's always so funny to me when people complain." This is what she told Rolling Stone. They're like, "All she does is sing about this, but those are the songs that you've made popular. Clearly you love sex. You're obsessed with it. It's in my show. There's so many more moments than the Juno positions, but those are the ones you post every night to comment on. I can't control that. If you come to a show, you'll also hear the ballads. You'll hear the more introspective numbers. I find irony and humor in all of that because it seems to be a recurring theme. I'm not upset about it other than I feel mad pressure to be funny sometimes." She also added, "I don't want to be pessimistic, but I truly feel like I've never lived in a time where women have been picked apart more and scrutinized in every capacity. I'm not just talking about me. I'm talking about every female artist that is making art right now." And I agree with her on some of that stuff. It's just like, yeah, y'all were trying to find ways to pick a girl apart. Um, Sabrina Carpenter is how old again? We say what, 26? I did find that I didn't like the album cover when you got somebody, basically she's on her knees while her hair is being pulled. But that was kind of like, girl, what are you thinking? But this is what she wants to do. She is a woman of a certain age, meaning that she is over the age of 21. So she should be allowed to express herself in that way. And to me, I find it remotely annoying that they go, "But you have little kids that come to your show, and you have children." It's like they don't know where babies come from. They don't know that their mom and daddy fucked and brought the kid into the world. Like, I get it. And some people may be feeling uncomfortable about it. But at the end of the day, this girl's got to be able to do what she does to push forth her art. And I just don't like the idea that people are going to be mad at her over her expressing herself. And if y'all don't like it, I'm sure there's some Kids Bop stuff that your kids can be listening to, the more conservative versions of a Sabrina Carpenter song that they can get into. But you got to let artists be artists, and she's not a kid, so she's got to be able to make the music. Because we've always heard countless times that there be people that are, I can't, damn, I'm like, I'm sure we talked about it on the show before, but right now the name escapes. And we talked about artists who are like, oh, you've known them since they were a little kid. Miley Cyrus has heard it. Britney Spears has heard it. Christina Aguilera has heard it. Where it's like, they go from being like these teeny bopping sensations and they go from being the Disney darling to a full on, slut and chaps, assless chaps. We've seen that go down. Or Britney Spears simulating sex, but doing it kind of like in a tongue in cheek manner. So the girls have always heard, and then you have Miley Cyrus, when she went through her bangers era. So it's an ongoing cycle. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Sabrina Carpenter had to say about releasing new music so early and then people complaining about the type of stuff she does on her shows and her music? And it's like, yeah, I'm pushing 30. And I'm almost at 30. I'm on the later side of my 20s. I should be able to express myself in the ways that I want to express myself to. I am sexually active. I am an adult. So I think it was Ariana Grande. Like, that was who I was thinking of. Because it was like, yeah, they was going in on her because she was from Nickelodeon and she's a kid. And when she would do certain things and certain looks and tattoos and cursing and stuff, it's like, but she's an adult. She may look like she's a child, but for the most part, it's like, I'm not a kid. So people need to kind of get that out of their head that the person that you once knew, that you grew up seeing on your TV screens, is not that person anymore. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Wait, hold on. I was like, how far up do I need to go? Like you said, did I read that one? I said, I love the album cover. If you've been there, you understand. Like I said, watching Desperately Seeking Susan when Mark's character told Roberta when she bought a used jacket, what are we poor? This is Reagan era, the sequel. Sabrina is Madonna. Well, a lot of people are saying like she gets the Madonna, she has been kind of taking up the Madonna mantle in a lot of like what she has done in her music and incorporating that into what she does. Addison Rae's another one. Like the amount of deep dive that she went into this conversation with some guy from Mew Mew's, which they ate him up in those comments. because he didn't know anything about like Madonna's history, her music, and all this other stuff. Addison Rae was sitting there giving him, I should say, a full-on education about Madonna's music, the history of the song Ray of Light, and how it was an interpolation of the Zephyr in the Sky at Night track, which I think came out in the 70s. And so many other isms, like talking about erotica, and I was like, this little girl up in here impressing me with all this encyclopedia Madonna. So I was gagging over that. So that was a bit of a shock. But in case you ask me again, Onyx, I actually got around to listening to Addison Rae's record, and you could definitely feel hear, I should say, a lot of those influences of Ray of Light and things of that nature in there. Like, I would listen to more of the production. Vocally, she limited, but sonically, the production was on point with the record. So I had to give her that. I'm not fully sold on her yet, but the album was a solid record. It's after being naked caused outrage. The album caused outrage. Yuppies are technocrats. Reagan is Trump. COVID was our AIDS epidemic. It seemed like history is repeating itself in so many ways. A lot of people were calling it misogynistic to say she was pandering to the straight male gaze. I would have been like, and don't flatter yourself. Because I don't know where you got that from. Every year in the 90s, except 96, there was a new Mariah Carey in the fall. That's what I said. It was like Mariah dropped albums every year. Rihanna dropped albums. Like, we've always had a lot of different artists. I won't say every artist does it, but there's always been artists that have been like, we're going to drop an album a year and all this other stuff. And people are getting mad all of a sudden. We never complained about that before. She did hint at possibly releasing an album every year in a letter sent to fans via email, but didn't promise anything. She also mentioned Stevie Dolly and Donna as influences. Donna who? Summer? Or Delory? Miss Tate McRae relies on X appeal way more. That part. With the little corny poses and the underwear up her, the little short shorts up her ass. It's just like, okay, girl. So I do. Agree with that. Addison can't sing live and lip sync to a whole performance for a Spotify pop-up. I hope she gets better. Well, she better. She's probably one of those studio girls, but yeah, she better get up there and start taking vocal lessons and learn how to. If you want to do the whole live thing, you got to get up there and actually, even if you need to have a backing track loud, you better get up there and learn some breath control. Okay, Dr. Summer. Okay, so hold on. Wait, am I missing something? I am missing something. I just realized I did not create the banner for the K. Michelle story. I was like, wait a minute, I'm missing something. Hold on. Because now I got to create that. So I was like, that's our next topic. Okay, so let's get into this K. Michelle story, Chair. So K. Michelle recently did an interview where she appeared on Cam Newton's Funky Friday podcast. And she did not mince words and hold back, especially when she was asked her thoughts on female rivalries in music, particularly when it came to Tamar Braxton. Now, I will point this out. While she did mention her name, we all knew who she was talking about because we know, like, K. Michelle was the one that started off calling Tamar a damn Muppet. So we do have a clip, courtesy of Cam Newton's YouTube. I did play it earlier so that way it wouldn't get caught up in that ad thing. And I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that it doesn't start up again. So we're going to play that clip and then we'll come back and we'll talk. Please hold.
Riddle me this.
Mm-hmm.
Do girls beef in music the same way guys beef in music?
Absolutely.
You got some beefs out there?
A lot.
The toxic me.
I mean, hate the bitch.
Who?
The Muppet. Like, I got into this game and I came in on a show called Love and Hip Hop. I talked about my abuse and I didn't say anybody's name. There was this Muppet in the corner yapping. And even till this day, when Beyonce sent me flowers and everything, she subliminally, but not subliminal, talked about me and everything. When I go through bookings and everything, it's always her name. Don't book her for shows. So you're attempting to even stop money for how I take care of my child and everything. All because of what? All because you ain't got no edges. All because of your sister really the star. This is what this is about. All because of the man that you love tried to talk to me before you, in the middle of you, and after you. All because I'm from the country, but you are the bumpkin. It is always something with this loudmouth coyote.
Not the bumpkin.
And I mind my business. I don't say much. I don't say anything, Cam. But as soon as I say something, it is this and that. I'm to the point I am for women united and all of this.
Cap.
No, I am.
Cap.
I swear for cracks and cheese. I'm for women
can't
united, but I'm
say-
tell you one thing, I'm
you
gonna slap
can't-
the
you-
fuck out of her.
You can't
On
do that.
sight.
You can't do that.
Yes, I can.
That's why I say it's cap. You can't say woman empowerment and then
Yes, I can.
you can't do that.
That is a Muppet, not a woman.
No, you can't say
I
that.
can say
you can't
that.
say that. You can't. Okay, if we're talking about accountability from top to bottom,
Give it to.
we're talking about accountability
Give
from
me-
top to bottom.
Okay.
I'm not going to allow you to hold me accountable to
Hold
certain
me
things.
accountable. Come on.
That ain't it.
Let me tell you something. If I consistently for years and years have been quiet, it's like poking a bear. You can only kick a dog so
Fair.
much to
Fair.
poke you back. If I'm not saying a word and everything that is good for me, anything good happens to me, you manage to get in the media and be negative when it comes to me.
But
You're
understand-
always negative towards women. Guess what? One thing I am, I could play fool. I can play cool, but I can't play fool.
Mm-hmm. But understand this though, okay? Everything about what you've been doing on this platform has been pushing love and pushing acceptance and pushing accountability.
Yes.
But now you can't say what you said and not expect.
You ain't finna let nobody coming from Atlanta, Georgia. You can sit up here all you want to with your hands crossed and be great. You not gonna let anybody consistently keep playing with you, even when you've offered your hand in peace and you've offered your hand in love and you're minding your business and you're not even coming for them and they consistently try you at every corner, at every turn. You're not going to let that happen.
Okay.
All right, so y'all pretty much got the gist of the whole situation. And you want to know something? I actually agree with K. Michelle on this. It's like, yeah, you're saying that I can't be a feminist and I can't preach about love and peace and understanding if I'm going to talk about I'm a hold off and whoop a bitch ass. Like, no, two things can be true at the same time. Like, you can poke the bear and poke the bear and poke the bear. But then, as I've said many a times, you can keep poking it, but you can't sit up in here and tell that person how mad to get. And if you're going to keep playing in my face, then it's like, yeah, I'm going to go in and let have on your behind. And to me, it always seems like Tamar, very talented, great singer, but when it all comes down to it, she got a lot of mouth. She always out here being dramatic, always asserting herself in certain situations. And it looked like to me that K. Michelle, when it comes to K. Michelle, she met her match. Because, like I said, when she got called out, was called the Muppet, wasn't she in tears? When she called to that, but I had to go over. So in addition to that, I had to go over to Hollywood Unlocked. Shout out to them because they was like the people in their comments. I was like, what y'all had to say about that? One person said, I'm from the country, but you are the bumpkin. Another person said the table is shook per K. Michelle. Another person said, let it go. But I'm like, wait a minute. Are you slow? I'm not even giving the name of the person who said this. It's easy for you to say, let something go when that person is still, if you watch the video and not just this little clip that a lot of the social media play. That's why I want to play all the entire thing from Cam Newton's page. Because, certain conglomerates, I'm not saying it's necessarily Hollywood Unlocked because I didn't watch their video, but 9 times out of 10, they will post up the most sensational part and not give y'all the whole context because they want to get the overall reaction, the clicks, the likes, the views, all that other stuff. So I want to have y'all hear that whole thing Because it was like, even when Beyonce was giving my flowers, whatever, because she knows, like, I've been making this country music and all this other stuff. Even with everything going on, she's been going behind the scenes trying to stop my bag. She's been telling people not to book me at certain events, and I've been minding my business. I've been out here hustling, doing what I got to do. But this broad is over here in the corner, according to K. Michelle, trying to do things to sabotage my livelihood, trying to prevent me from getting money from certain situations. And you can't be out here talking about this God stuff when you out here doing ungodly things, because according to you and your beliefs, God don't like ugly. Hence why K. Michelle said that you mad because you ain't got edges. Y'all seen that picture of her when she was over there on Nene Leakes podcast trying to throw shade at Lonnie Love for calling her big back Cadillac, which she apologized for weeks later. I don't know why you waited till like weeks later to get that apology. So that, to me, it was like, okay, girl, whatever. Another person said, all because you ain't got no edges, all because your sister is really the star. Of course, talking about Toni Braxton. Another person said, everybody can't be wrong, Tamar. I fear you're the problem, beloved. Oh, child, you know, when we put beloved in something, that mean business. But yeah, we always been saying that. Like, if Tamar getting in beefs with everybody, you in a beef off the top of my head. Candy Burris. You got issue with K. Michelle. You got issue with Lonnie Love. You know, all these drama, you got all these issues or whatever. And sometimes, at some point, like I said, you the problem. And the quote, K. Michelle, since we talking about her, let me use one of her album titles against you. You got more issues than Vogue. So, sis, you need to get it together. You need to stop playing with these people. You need to stop trying to pull little stunts behind the scenes. And you better leave this country bumpkin alone. Because if K. Michelle do hit you one side, and I'm not condoning you to go into the more this love and hip hop territory, because you know when you've been on love and hip hop a little too long, a lot of y'all be trying to take a lot of that stuff from that show and y'all incorporate it in y'all real life. But it's like, sis, I do agree. You can't be out here trying to, mollywop people. I don't need you putting paws on people end up in jail. But I guess dealing with her and pulling the rest of her edges out, or the rest of her head, because her hairline, I told you to go bargain as far back as Stephen A. Smith. If you're going to be doing all of that, you just got to be very mindful that you could end up in jail. So, well, this is good grist for the mill, and I was cackling at the whole situation. I don't need you going to jail over this foolishness. Like, continue to work on your country music and continue working on your other endeavors, and don't get caught up in this mess. But like I said, I'm entertained by the shenanigans. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story in regards to what Tamar, apparently, K. Michelle had to go in and let have on Tamar Braxton. Was like, I need this broad to leave me alone. I'm out here minding my business and not getting caught up in no mess. And here she go up in here trying to sabotage what I got going on and trying to prevent me from having a successful career and me from eating and working at events, because she has good relationships with certain people. So you out here trying to sabotage my livelihood. And to me, it's like, yeah, I can't keep silent over that. Like, y'all don't know what's going on behind the scenes. So for people to tell somebody to let something go when I have let it go, but she's continually doing like shady, evil stuff behind the scenes, then I can't keep quiet no more. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, so let's see what's doing in the comments. I stopped streaming Tate's album. She's being punished for working with the racists. You want to know something? No shade, but I actually listened to the album once and kept it moving. I'm like, okay, this record is whatever. Who doesn't want to beat Janice? I'd rather be friends with the oh my god girl from Friends. Not that Janice. They talking about Janice from the Muppets. But you always compare to. I feel like two people have been compared to Janice from the Muppets: Tamar and Tiny, as in T.I.'s wife. Now I want to see the fight. She ain't a human. She a Muppet. Everybody loves her older sister, okay? And Shirley says, Kate, go make some music and stop wanting to slap somebody. Well, I guess that's what she's been doing. But she tired of Tamar and her mess. Like I always say, you can't poke the bear and tell her how mad to get. Those days of when they go low, we go high. Those are long gone. All right, bro. Let me see. What is our next? Oh, let's get into this mess. Let's get into this tea regarding Michael Tait. I have posted all the the clip regarding this whole story on all my social media platforms. So if you want to go and hear all I had to say about, and I know some people was real upset over what I was saying and calling out the hypocrisy of Christian faith. Well, we not all like that. I didn't say all, and I don't feel like I always have to reiterate some, not all, because I don't sit and categorize or generalize people. When I'm talking about something, I'm talking about a specific group of that specific group of people. Like you got that old psychopath, Candace Cameron, out here talking about she don't watch horror movies because it's gonna be some damn portal. I'm like, girl, your Christian movies are enough of a horror movie. So you don't need to watch any. Just watch one of them little shitty ass films you make. But nevertheless, do you not own any mirrors in your house? Because mirrors are also seen as portals. If you really look at it, like when people talk about deep dives and all other stuff. So she out here, I was like, okay, girl, go sit down somewhere. Go play in traffic. You and your crazy ass brother. But anyway, speaking of the crazies, let's get into this one because Hayley Williams Paramore had something to say in regards to this whole Michael Tait situation and how the fact that the Christian community were aware of what he was doing and covered it up. Because they was like, they did a 2-year investigation. I even had someone on TikTok and now because I should have actually looked this up before the show, but I believe I had somebody that slipped. No, I don't need music and stuff to be playing while I'm looking for it. Hold on, let me turn it down. Jesus, first of all, shout out to y'all that got those big numbers on this Michael Tait story on TikTok. I just went over there. It's 14.4K views on there and a lot of comments. But one of my friends went and posted, or somebody who follows me on there said, I know him. I knew this. He's not the only one. I used to be on the same label in the early 2000s. He is not the only one. So, and then somebody in the comments was like, he always looks zesty. So, a lot of people was sitting there saying like they're aware of, and I have somebody who jumped in the comments that basically said that they were on the same label and there were rumblings about Michael Tait, being a little bit on the homosexual side. And there's nothing wrong with that. But the way you was going about things in regards of you not comfortable with your sexuality because of the upbringing that you have and being in the Christian sect with a lot of their teachings is homosexuality is a sin, you're going to hell, all that stuff. We all learned that from when you grew up in the church. I grew up Roman Catholic, so that, we heard those things, what they write in the Bible and all of the mess. Now, I ain't getting no whole deep dive about Christianity and all those other mess. You're allowed to believe what you believe, but I am who I am, and if you got a problem with it, you go and scroll on to the next topic or next show or next person who's YouTubing right now. But so yeah, there was a whole thing about that, and now Hayley Williams has called out reports that Michael Tait had been accused of assaulting men in past relationships, how you were being inappropriate. He was doing drugs, snorting the booger sugar, the alcoholism, and basically, because drugs, I always feel like is a truth serum. It allows you to relax and be more of your true authentic self instead of trying to live this double life. And when he's in this situation, being around these young men, he's being inappropriate with them. I don't know how he was able to keep a secret for so long, but they said they were doing a 2-year investigation. So the Paramore frontwoman posted a message on her IG stories on Friday in response to growing controversy surrounding the alleged misconduct of Michael Tait, the Christian singer behind DC Talk and Newsboys. Multiple men recently accused Tait of SA in The Guardian, and Tait admitted that he had touched men in an unwanted, sensual way on Instagram. Saying, quote, the amount of things I have to say about the amount of people I know who were likely changed forever by this man and by the industry that empowered/enabled him. This is what her statement began. And a lot of times the industry will, regardless of what it is, whether you assaulting a man or you're assaulting a woman, the industry 9 times out of 10 will look the other way, because if you're doing the one thing that they need you to do, which is you're successful and you're making them a lot of money, they're going to cover it up. They're going to look the other way until the dirt you swept under the rug is too much that it keeps seeping out the corners of the carpet. So if you can't cover it up no more, then it's like the pot runneth over. So Williams has numerous connections to the contemporary Christian music industry. She grew up in Nashville, the country's primary home base, and her Paramore bandmate Taylor York is the son of Peter York, the chairman and CEO of Capital Christian Music Group. In her statement, the Ain't a Fun singer said that aside from the now deleted TikTok from January claiming that Tait is a homosexual, the conversation around the scandal has failed to address the systemic shaming and persistent mistreatment of queer people in the evangelical church, which was something I was getting at in my last video talking about this. So glad that it's like, you know what? I feel like sometimes I'm crazy with a lot of stuff I say, but it's sometimes it's lonely being right at times. Not to toot my own horn, but sometimes you have to. Because it's like, I've always been saying that, like, the mistreatment of queer people in the evangelical church, the hypocrisy of organized religion, and all the other stuff that entails. Like, I was watching this recent video from the I've Had It girls over there, shout out to them, speaking of people who are, like, from the South, that do a show, and talking about politics and things. They were bringing up this black pastor that was going on this whole homophobic tirade about boys should be boys and not be out here dancing and performing and all this. And I'm like, sir, you are doing a whole spectacle on stage. You're performing just like you would get mad about these people being in dance class, whatever it is. You're giving a whole show on stage in church. What you think you doing? So if you're going to call people out, then maybe you need to look at yourself in the mirror. Because I guarantee a lot of times, 9 times out of 10, these people that be out here talking about homosexuality being a sin and got issues with trans people, all this other stuff, y'all be trans attracted. Y'all be out here low key sleeping with the choir boy or whatever or whoever. Y'all be out here being caught out here with these old sissies and punks like Eddie Long was. May he rest in peace. We knew the tea. Y'all knew the tea about him too. Him and Donnie McClurkin and all of them. Somebody, he ain't gay no damn more. Get the fuck out of here with that. But anyway, so in her statement, I read that part. So they said, no one but the TikToker who broke the story has said a word about Michael Tait needing gay affirming support. This is what she said. Because this is a man whose entire faith identity is built upon a faulty structure of self-hatred to please a system that would rather cover up abhorrent behavior for 20 plus years and make money off it rather than accept that being a homosexual is not the problem. And that's the part that gags me. I can't believe they've been keeping this hidden for 2 decades. They knew about all this stuff that was going on. So if I had somebody in my comments on TikTok say they were on the same label together and they knew stuff about Michael Tait, then how y'all all of a sudden gonna act brand new like y'all didn't know what the hell was going on? Y'all knew, but y'all looked the other way. But because the groups that he was a part of were vehemently successful. That's what it is. But y'all don't want to play no parts in the situation because y'all don't want to be out here looking bad. So I'm glad that Hayley Williams had the balls, cojones, whatever you want to call it, to jump on social media and call the Christian music sect out. I won't say the church, because it's the music industry, out on their hypocrisy. So she went on to explain her familiarity with the Christian music industry. She said, I grew up around this. I'm not afraid of any of these people. Most of them have written me off anyway by now. How many stories like this from a very small corner of the music industry will we hear before we realize that capitalizing on people's faith and vulnerability is the sin? She concluded by saying, I hope the CCM industry crumbles and fuck all of you who knew and didn't do a damn thing. I bet I got your number. And by the way, if you're not angry too, then maybe it's time to question why. Now, reps for Tait and Newsboys did not immediately respond to, and this is from Entertainment Weekly, so shout out to them for doing this article. So they didn't respond to the comment. Now, Tait, as for those who are not familiar, rose to prominence in the 90s as the member of the Christian rap rock group DC Talk. He later performed with his band Tait in the late 90s and 2000s before becoming the frontman of Newsboys in 2009. Tait appeared in 4 of the 6 God Not Dead faith-based films and courted controversy for his consistent support of Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. Tait deported. Why did that even pop in my mouth? I think because I was just talking about Donald Trump. Now, Tait departed Newsboys the day after the viral TikTok was posted in January. So yeah, once they were exposed by a TikTok that went viral, then all of a sudden, the Christian music set decided to get ahead of it. And then they wanted to sit up here and say, oh, we've been investigating him for 2 years. No, y'all wasn't. Now that I got more of the story and hear more of this, y'all wasn't investigating, because if this was going on for a long time, and like I said, for the 8 millionth time, I had somebody in my comments that said that they were on the same label as him and they were aware of what this man was about, and that there was some homosexual tendencies with him. Then it's all, in the words of Carly Red, it was all a lie. So the singer released a statement called "These Are My Confessions." Well, it was just my confession on Instagram on Tuesday. Now, recent reports of my reckless and destructive behavior, including drug and alcohol abuse and sexual activity, are sadly largely true. For some 2 decades, I used and abused booger sugar, he didn't say that, he said the C word, consumed far too much alcohol, and at times, I'm glad he didn't blame it on it, and at times touched men in an unwanted, sensual way. I am ashamed of my life choices and actions and make no excuses for them. I will simply call it what it is, or what God calls it, sin. Well, no, the abusive aspect is the sin. So the fact of the matter is, now you want to sit up here and try to sugarcoat and use certain words to justify, oh yeah, I sinned because of the drugs and those other stuff, and the drugs made me do it in so many ways. I'm reading between the lines, but it's like, no, what you're not going to do is because it seemed like you're trying to play up this whole homosexuality is the sin thing, and I went and I got help and all this other mess, and it's like, if I could roll my eyes, if I would have rolled my eyes any harder, them shits be stuck up in the top of my head, and I'd be able to see what my damn brains look like. So it's like, miss me with the performative BS. You are full of self-hatred. You're not comfortable with who you are as a human being, so you had to resort to drugs and alcohol to be able to live out your fantasies, which is being in the comfort of a man. And the way you went about it was not consensual. You were using drugs and getting these boys caught up in drugs and feeling like the only way that I can get with these men, instead of just doing the rest of these old closet cases with headless profiles do, is start a damn grinder or a scruff. Instead of doing that, you decided to use your power to abuse young boys. I'm not saying they're underage, but it was like, or I should say young men. I'll say that, because it wasn't like they were underage boys. So I don't want to put that out there. But the abuse is the issue. So we don't need to go through the whole speech again. I read like what he had to say about it in the last post. So if y'all want to definitely check that. But I do agree with Hayley where she was just talking about, yeah, she stole a little piece of these people's souls, and now they have to deal with this trauma and all this other stuff because you couldn't keep your hands on yourself. You couldn't come to terms with the fact that you like dick. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I know it's like a lot heavy, all this other stuff, but I definitely respectfully want to hear what y'all got to say in regards to this topic. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Honor says, I love me some Hayley Williams, especially more after this. Like I said, I wonder how Josh Farrell feels about this after all we know. He's a racist. I mean, he's a homophobe and a transphobe. Who cares what he had to say, right? And it said, and this is exactly why I don't. Hello, that's what I was saying. And then you have people in my comments over on TikTok just getting big mad over this. I'm like, okay, well, look, if you a fraudulent elite, then I wasn't talking about everybody. I was talking about hypocritical Christians. I know all Christians are not like that. Like the way that they, the types that we see that are represented in a lot of those hypocritical spaces. Oh, look, Phyllis is in the building. Where you been? It was at church. People are the biggest. Okay. MAGA gays was okay. Like Miley was good. Where they at? They real quiet. Like Trump is real quiet because that whole, parade that he had was a flop. There were more people shopping at Costco's that showed up at Trump's little fascist parade. Everybody was around the world busy protesting him. So, hold on. How many more topics we got? Okay. So we have, let me see. Ooh, child, we got a lot. Well, 6. So we got about 6. I had to delete one of them because I was like, it was going to throw me off. Yeah, so we got about 6 more topics left until we're done with today's show. So in the meantime, before we get to those topics, shit, this show might go over to 4 hours, but it is what it is. I ain't get 4 days, 4-hour show, right? So that's how I like to do the math. So before we get to the topic, I love y'all comments and stuff and everything. So yeah, just drop the comments in, hit that like button, subscribe button. Also, if you want to donate, you can definitely send like a super chat, super sticker, all the other stuff. Donate to the Cash App. It's in the description. It definitely helps out with me and this show because I am independent in what I do. I'll also be putting in timestamps later on when the show is done, so that way those who want to come in and just get straight to the topics, you can do so without having to sit through all the long-winded banter that we do over here. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, let's get into some reality TV news. So the other day, I was over on social media. I forget who it was that I saw it, but there was like a rumored cast list of who was going to be appearing on the new season of The Traitors, season 4. Actually, to be exact. And then the next day, the actual list came out, and it was literally on point with the people that they said that was going to be on the list. But they added a couple more people, so I had to go change it because I only had 16. So I had to add like more, so it'd be up to 23. What was it, like 7 more? Yeah, so it was like I had to add the extra people because we only got like a couple of them, so we didn't get the whole cast. But hold on, as I pull up the full list of people who are going to appear on The Traitors, because there's a lot. So, hold on. So basically, it's currently filming in Ireland, and it says that the full cast remains as follows. Well, they said the season lineup includes former cast members from RuPaul's Drag Race, the Real Housewives franchise, Big Brother, Survivor, and Dancing with the Stars. Additionally, actors and athletes have joined the bunch, including Ron Funches, I don't know who that is, tied as Michael Rappaport. I hope they kill his ass off first. Stephen Colletti, Johnny Weir, and Tara Lipinski, plus Dorinda Medley, who was killed off in season 3, has been resurrected. So, in regards to the full cast, hold on, let me take this out so that way y'all can see everybody. So the Traitors season 4 cast is as follows: Candace Dillard Bassett for Real Housewives of Potomac, Portia Williams for the Real Housewives of Atlanta. So she went right from that damn reunion straight down to Ireland to film the Real Housewives. To film the Traitors, which would be smart on her part because quiet as it's kept, more people will be watching the Traitors than they will be watching a full season of this full current season of the Real Housewives of Atlanta. And then we have Monet Exchange, which I did cackle because somebody said, here you go following in Bob footsteps, being his sloppy seconds. Because it's like Bob do something, then Monet do something. But I love the fact that Monet is out here doing the show. Is doing this show. Although I would have liked more drag queens. I'm tired of the token drag queen. Y'all could have added more people. But anyway, so then we got Donna Kelce, who is Travis and Jason Kelce's mother. So you pushing out 2 famous children. Weren't you going on a reality show? I don't get it. But y'all couldn't have got somebody more famous. No shade to Jason and Travis. But I guess maybe they feel like this is as close as they'll get to a Taylor Swift mention or something or other. Like, I don't get it. But that's what y'all doing. Then we'll go along with it. So Ron Funches was a comedian. Rob Roush from Love Island. Not familiar with who that is because I don't watch Love Island. Although I know a lot of people rave about it. Natalie Anderson, I'm not a big Survivor watcher. I haven't watched Survivor in like 20 years, so I don't even know who half these people be on when they come on here. Ian Terry from Big Brother. I'm not a Big Brother watcher, so I don't know who that is. Stephen Colletti from Laguna Beach. Child, when they mentioned Colton Underwood from The Bachelor, I already know that was reeked with controversy because people are like, will y'all stop giving this old queen a platform? But they got him on there, so we'll see how well he does. Even though we have white gay media still trying to make Colton a thing. When you go on Queerty and all these other websites, they still out here trying to make Colton like Fetch. They trying to make him happen. And I don't see it for her. But I'll be entertained by the shenanigans when it comes on. Now we have Rob Cesternino from Survivor. Dorinda Medley from Real Housewives of New York, Tiffany Mitchell from Big Brother, Yam Yam from Survivor, Caroline Stanbury from Real Housewives of what's D? That goes to show how long I've been listening to. I've been watching. But they got Housewives of Detroit, the Real Housewives of Detroit. Child, could you imagine? Oh, somebody getting shot at the end of every episode. I don't know what Real Housewives. Wait, we got Real Housewives of Atlanta, Real Housewives of New York, Real Housewives of Potomac, Real Housewives of Miami, Real Housewives of Orange County. Did I say Beverly Hills? And what the hell is RH? Okay, y'all just gonna have to let me know in the comments. What the hell is RHOD? Okay, so and then we have Mark Ballas, who I always thought was a cutie. I would not mind hunching him and Derek Huff. Those two, I'm like, okay. So we have, Mark Ballas from Dancing with the Stars, Lisa Rinna from Housewives of Beverly Hills. Oh, you already know she's going to be entertaining. I know a lot of y'all still mad at her over what, how Beverly Hills and stuff went down, but I would take her over Diana Jenkins any day. So I like the fact that Lisa's doing the Traitors. Eric Nam, who's a singer, not familiar who that is, tight ass Michael Rappaport, Maura Higgins from Love Island, Johnny Weir, who I haven't seen in a million years. Remember when he had what was that reality show on Logo? So yeah, we got two figure skaters. We have Johnny Weir and Tara Lipinski, and Kristen Kish, who is the host of Top Chef. I miss Padma Lakshmi, but yeah, Kristen, who actually I believe won her season of Top Chef, is now the host. So yeah, so there's your list. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing the Traitors. I do feel like they got a lot of people on that show, and y'all could do without Michael Rappaport. I can't stand him. He irritates my entire spirit. I don't particularly care for him. Y'all could have chopped him, and y'all could have chopped Colton Underwood. But like I said before, I'm really hoping and praying that Michael ass go home first because he's trash. And I blame black people for inviting his ass to the cookout. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the Traitors in their upcoming season? Are you excited over these official castmates that got leaked and now they had no choice but to come forward and reveal who's a part of the cast? Are you guys excited to see this upcoming season? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I was just thinking I should have combined the Peppermint one too, but I think you know what, I'll make that separate. Who said Pisco says we need to stop calling Schumer we need to stop calling Schumer Democrats. They're boomer Democrats. They're centrist Democrats. They're not interested in being more a progressive socialist type. Like you have Zoran Mamdani out here proudly calling himself a democratic socialist and a progressive, which they're afraid of. Hence why they had to go send out their little mascot, Al Sharpton, who could use about 8 sandwiches, to come out here and spread lies about Zoran in regards of who he's endorsing and all that other stuff, because they want, the Nepo baby to get in and win. So it's a mess. So you said people bought tickets so he could walk to an empty crowd, which is kind of like the same move they're saying we should do for Superman. But yeah, we saw when the military and them squeaking ass tanks was going down the street, and we saw like the bleachers was empty, and then there was a post that Kevin Ortega Rojas posted that they showed there was a Craigslist ad. I didn't know people still use Craigslist, but there was a Craigslist ad that's literally they were looking for people paid people to show up to this parade. And I think they said they were going to pay him. They were going to pay y'all in this whole crypto meme coin, whatever. I saw, that's a scam. Don't do it. Because he scammed y'all the first time with that little meme coin thing, which I think Elon helped him with. The day before he won the election, they did a whole meme coin scam. And they out here trying to scam y'all again. Don't fall for it. I hope me too. I hope she lasts longer than Bob and Peppermint. So I guess we'll have a new pit stop host. Yeah. Unless they found out about what the whole casting situation, and a lot of those pit stop episodes were pre-taped. That would be interesting to know if they do that. But we'll have to see, because if they do come out with that, and it's like, okay, so Monet had to watch all the episodes. They brought the people in, and they did the whole setup of, they filmed all the episodes because they knew she was going on the Traitors. So I wonder if they did it that way. But if they didn't, we'll know why. If they bring in, a guest host, I notice it's usually either Bianca Del Rio, Monet, or Trixie. Oh, it's Dallas. Okay, because I'm like, they got a Real Housewives of Dallas? Where the hell have I been? Well, I guess where I've been is not paying attention what the hell Bravo's doing. So I didn't even know they had a Dallas. It's kind of like what Mariah said about Nicki Minaj. I didn't know she sang. There was about 40,000 people at the Pride in Wilton. Oh. Shout out to all my friends that live out in Wilton Manors. I've been always wanting to go out there. My friend Alex Tikas, who's an adult performer, lives out in Wilton Manors. And another friend of mine, Brian, who I miss, Brian Maselli, he used to get me lit as a bartender out in, at the Red Rooster in the East Village. It's called the Cock, but I call it the Red Rooster. But yeah, he used to get me lit up in his parties. That whiskey and coke used to put me through it. He said Johnny Weir was on The Surreal Life last year. Him and Tara. That's why I was like, Johnny Weir definitely got to make a name for himself and stuff out here. So I'm glad he's jumping back into the reality TV space. And so I'm looking forward to, the gays once again entertaining folks out here. Now, speaking of LGBTs, let's get into this story and the lack of trans representation that Peppermint is complaining about on the Traitors, because we just did a story on the Traitors and the official cast. And now Peppermint, who was a contestant, I believe, on the second season of the Traitors, well, she's out here upset over the fact that she feels that because of the Trump administration and this big crackdown on trans people, because you had, what that idiot name, the cokehead, Don Jr., bitching and moaning, talking about, blaming, what was it? Blaming something on the trans. I was trying to look for that article while I was sitting here talking to y'all and trying to stall. But yeah, he went and made a whole comment about the trans community and said that, or I forget who sent it. But anyway, I can't find it. Basically saying that they're a bunch of murderers and terrorists and all the other stuff. I was like, okay, really? So that's the person who went out and started pounding them damn Democratic political figures, the two that were killed and the two that were injured, that was a trans person that did that? The reason why your father's little fascist parade flopped on his birthday was because of trans people? Like, that was their fault? No. It just goes to show that a lot of these people that support Trump, y'all a bunch of damn bots online, basement dwellers, hiding, all this other stuff, but y'all not really out here walking the walk. Why didn't y'all go and show up for y'all man at, in D.C.? Why y'all didn't get up on that plane or drive your little pickup truck down to the thing and support your dude? Y'all left him out here using Melania as a damn shield in case somebody started popping off, it started raining bullets. I caught what you did. He tried to pull what Elon did with Exashe 12. Well, he had that little boy on top of his neck, using him as a shield. You was doing the same thing to that Russian agent, Mulania. Yeah, I call her Mulania on purpose. So let's get into the story about Miss Peppermint. So the 45-year-old trans performer and campaigner said on Saturday, which was the 14th, she was disappointed that season 4 of the U.S. version of the reality TV competition game show featured no trans competitors. The official lineup for the latest season, and when we talk about trans, that don't mean y'all need to put Caitlyn Jenner in the man hands on our TV. Leave her ass in Israel where she belongs. Because I don't know if y'all heard, but her ugly ass is out there stuck while they having a war that Israel started, by the way. But anyway, let's get into the topic. So the official lineup for the latest season of The Traitors was revealed in an Instagram post and includes stars like Lisa Rinna, Stephen Colletti, Michael Rappaport, and Monet Exchange. The Traitors sees a band of contestants face a cavalcade of games and puzzles for a huge cash prize, all the while trying to decipher who among them is a traitor working to their own ends. Reacting, Peppermint said in a statement to Our Magazine that as a fan of the show, she was hopeful to see more inclusion with the new cast, but felt it had been lacking. After the current administration threats to punish those who include trans people in their respective industries, everything from healthcare and beyond, I knew many would fall in line. She urged reality TV producers and casting directors to be more inclusive and brave with their casting choices, while noting the Traitors host, Alan Cumming, who wore a trans pride pin at the 2024 Emmy Awards, understands the importance of trans inclusion, especially in this time. Now, since his inauguration in January, Donald Trump has issued several executive orders and policies attempting to roll back diversity, equity, and inclusion programs aimed at helping marginalized communities such as trans and non-binary people into employment. Peppermint said that regardless, she is a huge fan of the Traitors and was so glad to see Monet X Change among the season 4 lineup, adding that she is going to be fantastic. There is no concrete premiere date, as we know, for season 4, though Peacock announced that the season will air in early 2026. So if they're filming it now and we're in June, then we probably won't be getting it until about. You think it will probably? I mean, I'm trying to remember this year. Did we get it around the same time as Drag Race? Which Drag Race is always the first week of January. So. And as I stated before, Portia Williams, Caroline Stanbury, Candace Dillard Bassett, and Dorinda Medley. I almost call it Dorinda Deadly because there is somebody on Twitter with the name Dorinda Deadly. As well as Big Brother Season 14 winner Ian Terry. So we do have a lot of queer people that are going to be on the show. Like we mentioned, we have Colton Underwood. We have, and I'm thinking of this all the top of my head, Johnny Weir. We also have Monet X Change. There's probably a couple more in there, but those are the only 3 I can think of off the top of my head. But I do agree with Peppermint that we definitely need that trans representation. We definitely need that. It needs to feel a little more inclusive in regards to who they have on there. But unfortunately, we're in a situation where a lot of people are running scared right now. This is not the same administration that Trump had the first time around. Now he's got these cuckoo for Cocoa Puff, Project 2025 lunatics running the insane asylum, known as the country, metaphorically speaking. And so to distract, he's cracking down on, let's pick on all these diverse people. Trans people are the problem. Trans people are evil. Trans people are terrorists. Trans people are out here killing people. And it's like, there's no evidence of that. But yet, I guess Trump Jr. is on one of his cottonmouth coke binges that he's around here just saying whatever he can pull out of his ass because he's trying to play into the BS the rhetoric that his father has put out here because he's trying to make headlines. But you got to realize you're a nepo baby. You don't have that X factor that Trump has. You don't have that thing. So stop trying to stick to the rivers of the lakes you used to. Keep doing your lines in your office on your desk. Keep cheating on the women that you get in relationships with. And keep trying to pretend that you're brokering business deals. Like, just continue to be the fraud that you are and the disappointment. So I say all this to say, I'm like, why do I have so many damn messages? What do you guys think of this story? I definitely want to hear from you all regarding this whole situation. So yeah, definitely let me know what you guys think of this story. Because I was like, wait, what's going on? I hit the wrong damn button. It's supposed to be this one. Take out the picture. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from you guys regarding this whole story. So let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Oh, it's Dubai. Oh, thank you. Because I was like, wait a minute, they have a Dallas? Look, one of the things they were saying, well, what's her name was asked about Dallas or if they would do one in Texas. They were talking to Claudia Jordan. She said, they do one in Texas. She said, I'll do one. I wonder if either Johnny Weir or Tara Lipinski will be a traitor, given that they are besties. Can you imagine one of them being chosen as a traitor? I don't think they'd go against each other. Even if one of them becomes a traitor, they protect each other. Yeah, because it's all about alliances and things of that nature. I didn't even finish the last season of Traitors because I wasn't really happy with who won. I'm like, Black Dolores, really? And even though he is cute, Dylan Efron, I was just like, okay, whatever, girl. I didn't care enough to finish the season, but I was entertained by the shenanigans. Okay, so let me take that out. I was like, wait a minute, Dubai. Yeah, I remember they did have a girl on there from Dubai last season. They killed her off. All right, so let's continue with our reality TV tea. And let's talk about Project Runway. So the official cast has been announced. And one of the cast members includes a former Drag Race alum. Well, I was actually looking forward to this, but it was already told to me before I even knew who was going to be on the show. Like, Onyx, friend to the show, told me that Utica was going to be competing on the upcoming season of Project One, which I think is great because there are, like, I know a lot of people don't realize it, but there are drag queens who are actually designers and they make clothes and things of that nature. They make their own looks. There's been, even though when we saw some of the looks that I actually thought that little quilt outfit that Utica made, she should have won that challenge on RuPaul's Drag Race, but she didn't end up winning it. So I definitely have looked at some of Utica's stuff and I was like, I like her unique style. And she has designed outfits for a lot of the other queens. Like you'll hear some time when the queens being interviewed, like, oh, Utica made this and all this other stuff. So it's only fitting that she would try out for a show like Project Runway, or that a lot of those type of things, they will cross-pollinate. So I actually like this whole idea regarding the cross-pollination of it all. So they said that Heidi Klum is set to return as host and judge for, excuse me, of the competition series. OG Project Runway judge Nina Garcia and stylist superstar Laura Roach are joining Klum as judges. Project Runway Season 4 winner Kristen Siriano returns as mentor to the judges. The competition series debuted on Bravo in 2004, so it's been on our TV screens for literally 20 years and revolutionized the reality genre. Project Runway ran for 5 seasons on Bravo before moving to Lifetime for 11 more seasons. For a 17th season, the show returned to Bravo where it ran for 4 seasons. Now, Project Runway Season 21 premieres on Freeform with 2 episodes on Thursday, July 31st. The episode will be available to stream shortly after on Hulu and Disney+, which is actually good because I don't have Freeform. I don't know where the hell that is on my television. But if it ends up on Hulu, I pay for the Hulu with no ads. So I'm definitely going to be excited when this whole situation happens because I'm like, I definitely want to see this show because I can watch it now on the streaming service versus, somewhere else. Now let's get into the people. The only reason why I cared about talking about this was because, number one, I'm excited because we have Heidi coming back. Because to be honest, I did try to get into the show after Heidi left. Couldn't get into it. I remember like Heidi and Tim Gunn had their own competition show. It didn't have the same feel. I felt like something worked with them with the chemistry over at Project Runway. But I think because they were trying to differentiate themselves away from Project Runway with their own show, that it just didn't work. I think that show lasted about 2 seasons, if I'm not mistaken. But on Prime Video, I believe. But her coming back to Project Runway, it makes more sense. And I wanted Tim Gunn to come back. And we're going to get into what Tim Gunn said, because we talked about this a while ago. But to refresh our memory, I do want to bring up that, Tim Gunn basically was asked about why he didn't come back to the show. And he was like, he was relatively disappointed they didn't ask him to come back. But we'll get into that in a second. But then again, I'm of 2 minds of it. I love Kristen Siriano. Kristen Siriano is somebody who was like one of the biggest designers to come out of Project Runway, the one who stood out, the one who has been able to truly there's been people that have been on Project Runway that have had careers, but not at the magnitude that Kristen Siriano's career is at. So having him come on as mentor makes sense, although I love me some Tim Gunn. But them going in a different direction with someone younger, and there's no shade about the age or whatever, but he's a younger person to have on the show. He also has the experience to understand and can put himself in the shoes of the contestant. I always say the one thing I like about if y'all want to go and do reality competition shows, you want to shake things up, bring somebody who actually went through the trenches and understands what these kids have gone through or going through. And he can bring that perspective to the show because he understands where they're going because he's been there. So now, in regards to the people who are on the show, we have Madeline Malenfant, who was all about vintage and period pieces, looks and things. But then we have Ethan Munt, who you see here, who is known as Utica Queen. Now he's preparing, they said, his fierce fusion of high fashion, avant-garde artistry, and theatrical storytelling to Project Runway. He aims to bring drama, sophistication, and a touch of surrealism to everything he creates. Now, based off of this look here, I actually like this look, but I'm looking forward to seeing what Utica brings as someone who is from Project Runway, what your overall collection will look like when you're on the show. But I will read what he had to say in his Instagram. So he said, still pinching myself, walking into the Project Runway workroom. Say that 10 times fast. Walking into the Project Runway workroom felt like stepping into a dream. But even more surreal was walking in wearing something that carried the spirit of drag with me. This moment marks the first ever Drag Race crossover onto Project Runway, and that's not lost on me. It's more than a look. It's a symbol of how far our art form has come, of how the worlds of fashion and drag continue to grow, influence, and uplift each other. To the drag community, thank you for teaching me how to turn fabric into fantasy and for being the fiercest, most fearless family I could ever ask for. To the fashion world, thank you for opening your arms and your runways to queens like me. This is for every artist who dares to blur the lines, stitch the seams between the worlds, and wear their truth like armor. Here's to more crossovers, more magic, and more moments that make history. With all my love, welcome to the runway. And what we will see is somebody from Project Runway come on RuPaul's Drag Race and do drag. We've already seen, like, with Drag Race, their crossover, where you've had pit crew members, 2 of them, on 2 different networks or iterations of Drag Race, who have done drag. One was on Drag Race Hispania. I think the other one was Canada, if I'm not mistaken. So I like the crossing of, those crossover episodes. Why we can't have those? I mean, RuPaul did do it. Oh, wait, let's not bring that up. I was like, RuPaul did do an episode of Project Runway. Damn, do I need to bring up that picture? Or should I shouldn't be shady with that. Because, child, that was a look. You know what? Fuck it, I'm going to do it. Hold on, let me try to get this photo and put it up here. So yeah, I'm actually liking the idea of Utica being on the show. I've always felt like when it comes to the world of fashion and things, that it collides, that is not always about, oh well, if you're gonna do drag, it needs to be over exaggerated and things of that nature, where it's just gonna look a hot ass mess, and then it's like drag is all supposed to be satire and a caricature and all those other things. I'm like, no, it doesn't have to do that. I'm like, what is going on with social media right now? Like I was gonna say, I know the internet is not about to go and have a moment. And I was going to take it down from I was going to take it down from the situation, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just leave it. So hold on, because I got the picture. Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up just because I want to be messy. It's like, where's she at? Yeah. This is when Ru was on an episode of Project Runway, and they had her looking like this. So whoever did her makeup and her hair, you need to be shot. Because this was a mess. This is a tragedy right here. Like, what is it? Tragedy! In the words of, what's his name? BG's. So then we have Antonio Estrada, who, his brother, this is also, they speaking of Drag Race, because remember, Drag Race, we had twin drag queens, Sugar and Spice. So now on Project Run, we have twin designers. So we have Antonio Estrada and his brother, Jesus. But I heard that one of them has already been on the show. So it says, after designing alongside his twin Jesus Estrada, Antonio Estrada is ready to own his voice as a designer and put the spotlight on his own intuitive couture. Born in Mexico and raised in California, Antonio is a subtoy designer known for his bold, versatile designs that blend glamour with a touch of playful rebellion. So then we also have Jesus Estrada, Project Runway. Oh, he's from Project Runway Season 7. They said apparently he's back alongside, but I don't remember him though. Maybe though in a flashback episode when they kind of stitch it together, I'm like, oh, I remember you. So Jesus is back alongside his twin, Antonio, to reclaim his narrative and show the world the designer he's become. They pretty much saying the same thing. Born in Mexico and raised in California, he's a charismatic designer known for vibrant queer designs that blend old Hollywood glamour with modern edge. Then we have Yu Chen Han from Xingning, China. Yu Chen Han is an ambitious and authentic designer on a personal mission to empower others through his futuristic and enlightenment-focused designs. Over to finding inspiration from sci-fi films, Yu Chen is obsessed with aliens and fiercely owns who he is. Then we have VJ Floresca, who is a fearless designer and proud trans woman from the Philippines. VJ Floresca is known for her fiercely competitive and unapologetic personality, along with her aesthetic, and combines modernity, wearability, and art. Belania Daly, and she is known for her fearless and feisty personality. Belania Daly, elevated streetwear designer, is ready to put her signature pattern, mixing the color-blocking designs into the spotlight. Growing up on Long Island, Belania learned how to sew at the age of 13 and has since owned impressive tech skills. Then we have Joan Madison, who is a vibrant, high-energy designer from Queens, New York. Joan Madison brings optimism, creativity, and bling into everything she touches. Known for her big dramatic designs and theatrical style, she's ready to make her dreams come true. We're gonna make our dreams come true. We're gonna do it. Shout out to Laverne and Shirley. Now, and then we have Angelo Rosa, a proud single dad and passionate streetwear designer. Oh, he's cute. He reminds me of damn, who was the one that won that Next in Fashion show? I was living for him too. The one with the tattoos and all. So he was making that streetwear. I was living for him. Whatever happened to him? Yeah, he was on that Next in Fashion show that was on Netflix. He won the last season. I don't even know if that show's coming back. He's a proud single dad and passionate streetwear design from Providence, Rhode Island. Angelo Rosa fuses his Dominican heritage with New York grit. I wonder if he's actually from New York, even though he lives in Rhode Island. I wonder if he was born and raised here, because it's saying like he's got that New York street style, streetwear that he's incorporating into his style. So I wonder if he was like one of those that were born in New York and were raised out here and then at a certain age moved to Rhode Island. So you already know that accent gonna be thick. Now, he said his designs blend luxury streetwear and with bold, edgy details that reflect his creativity and resilience. Then we have Casey Black, who's Project Runway Season 19 alum and Houston, Texas native. Casey Black returns and is bringing her out-of-this-world designs back to the runway. Casey is known for her hand-painted prints, gender-fluid designs, and love for breaking traditions in the chicest way possible. Then we have Alex Foxworth, who grew up in Greensboro, North Carolina. Sharp and opinionated designer Alex Foxworth is the juxtaposition of Southern meets New Yorker. Inspired by her Japanese grandmother from Nagasaki, she incorporates traditional kimono designs into timeless, mindful designs. Kimono techniques into timeless, mindful designs. And then we have, last but certainly not least, Joseph McRae from Charlotte, North Carolina, who is a sub-tort designer and electrical engineer known for his Southern charm and sass. I've always heard that people who are like engineers and stuff, that they're really good with like structuring stuff, particularly, I guess, when it comes to designs and things of that nature. So that he said, after leaving his 13-year job, Joseph is now betting on himself and bringing his bold, boundary-breaking designs to the runway. And I always like people like that. It's like, you know what? I left my secure, cushy job to follow my dream. And it's never too late to do that. And that's something you definitely want to do. So, as I was saying before, I am having mixed emotions about all of this stuff, especially because, you know, the stuff that's been going on with Tim Gunn. And for those who are not aware of the whole Tim Gunn stuff, he revealed that he and Heidi had been texting each other about doing the show together again. And said this. He said, Heidi sent me a text saying, there's talk about bringing Project Runway back with us, with you and me, and would you do it? This is what Gunn told People. And I said, would I do it? Of course, there's not a moment of hesitation in me. And that's when they decided to go with them go in a completely different direction. And then he added, so Heidi and I were texting, and several months later, she sent me a text asking, are you happy with your contract? I'm a truth teller. I don't even mince words. I said, well, I haven't seen a contract. And she's like, you haven't? So Gunn recalled asking his agent to figure out what went wrong, and then the agent contacted the EPs of the new show, and they said, we don't want him. And my agent said, well, he's done 19 seasons of Runway, 16 with Heidi. The two of them won an Emmy together as hosts, and now you're going to just separate them? And they said yes. Several weeks after the conversation, they went back to my agent and said, well, we've thought about it and we'd be willing to offer him a small cameo in one episode. First of all, the overall disrespect of these producers. That's why I'm like of two minds about the situation, because I like who they have on here. I love Nina Garcia. Nina Garcia ain't probably like Courtney Cox with the Scream series. She has been the only judge that is, I think, has literally been on every iteration of Project Runway. Everybody else is kind of like came and went. I still miss the days of Michael Kors, but because it was the original one on there and very messy. But I think Nina Garcia is the only surviving member of Project Runway that has done every season. So yeah, they said 7 weeks after the conversation, they said they want to offer a cameo, and then he was like, what do I do, wave from a bus as the designers are going into mood fabrics? Heidi comes to see me at the retirement home and we play croquet, so no thank you. He also said, as Heidi would say, you're either in or you're out, and I'm out. He also admitted that he was initially devastated and then kind of humiliated upon hearing the news that he was brought back for a new season of Project Runway, and yet the fashion and reality TV icon is making it work nonetheless. And he went on to say, I thought, how lucky am I to have had the experience I've had over the last 20 years. This is phenomenal. I stopped the boo-hooing. I thought it's really throwing hubris into the face of an angry God to mourn not being on this new show. So I've come to terms with it. Am I disappointed? Sure. And most of all, it's about not working with Heidi, but we move on and things happen for a reason. I don't know what the reason is yet, but it will be revealed. So yeah, I don't know why they did what they did to Tim Gunn. We all know that Tim Gunn and Heidi are Project Runway. And for you to not have him there, I just feel like it's just dumb on y'all's part to not include him. But on the other hand, I'm not mad that y'all have Christian Siriano being a part of the show, because Christian Siriano is a brand. He's a name. He's still out here very successful in the world of fashion. So I think maybe that's where their heads are at versus someone like a Tim Gunn who has been doing this for over 100 years and understands the ins and outs of fashion. So maybe that's the way they're looking at it. I'm thinking it's an ageism type of situation. So he says, I have her back and I'm with her in spirit always. So he's not mad at Heidi for being a part of the franchise. And yeah, it's like, you know what? I'm mad at the way the people are treating me, but I'm not going to be mad at Heidi Klum because this is a job. And I'm not going to take food out of her mouth because I'm mad at them for not giving me a gig. So it's like, yeah, best wishes, niece. We still friends. We still cool. But just go off and do you. So yeah, I would definitely want to hear from you. Also, let me know what your thoughts on this story in the comments down below. Okay. I'm like, damn, where am I? You said, yeah, I agree. Some people are hoping she can recreate her sleeping bag outfit. That was an iconic look, but I'm sure that, Utica will give us way more than just that. Yeah, definitely. I stopped watching after Heidi left. Christian has done the most with his win. Absolutely. And that's what they're looking at. Because like we know Tim Gunn, but they probably just want to go younger. It would be nice if they did another episode with drag queens. I remember when Acid Betty did the episode RuPaul was on, and that crunchy, yeah, that's what made me bring up that picture. But you know what? I like the idea of, who knows, maybe they will do a drag race based episode again. ASAP did Worst Cooks and the Child. ASAP has been on a lot of reality shows before he went on and became a pit crew member of Drag Race. I actually first saw Asaph, or Asaf, whatever you want to call him, when he was on So You Think You Could Dance. He did one season of So You Think You Could Dance. He went on as like this hip hop dancer or whatever the case was. He made it a good amount. I can't remember exactly where he placed, but he made it pretty. I believe he did make it pretty far. So Yeah, he's definitely been in and out of the whole reality TV circle. Bee Gees or Steps, as their version, is the most successful version of the native UK and Bee Gees native Australia. He says, so that's the result of Rude doing. Yeah, because I was like, I had to pull that picture up. I had to be messy. It's a which queen did RuPaul piss off to look like that man? Exactly, child. I was like, where's that wig? Because I am not going to sit up here and blame that on Matthew. Matthew Anderson, I know you didn't do that to Ru. Looking at that picture, RuPaul looks like Dita. You want to know something? That is a good analogy. That is spot on because that was definitely giving Dita Rich. But at one point, they had to tell her to lotion up those legs. Can't be out here looking ashy if you were a drag queen. All right, now speaking of Drag Race, let's talk about it. So let's give a shout out to Ginger Minj, who has opened up about her autism diagnosis. And look, she's the second queen from All Stars 10 to come out and say that she is autistic because when we talked about bracket number 2, damn, who was it that we mentioned? I forget her name. Tina Burner. We just talked about it on the show. Tina Burner basically came out and said that she too is autistic. Why can't I find Ginger's? Oh, looking dead at it. Look, it's been a minute since I've done this show. I'm a little rusty, so we back. Now, RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars 10 is well underway with both the orange bracket and pink bracket done and dusted, having sent Aja Bosco and Irene the Alien, as well as George's Lydia Butthole Collins and Mistress Isabel Brooks, through to the semifinals respectively. Now it's the purple bracket's turn, with Acid Betty, Alyssa Hunter, Cynthia Lee Cuckoo Fontaine, Diabetica, and Denali fighting to join them alongside fourth-time returnee Ginger Minj. Now, Ginger first competed on season 7 of Drag Race before returning for All Stars 2 and 6. This time, though, she's in the workroom with a new perspective as she has revealed that she's been diagnosed with autism during the psychiatric evaluation for the tournament-style season. Now, speaking of Entertainment Weekly, Ginger explained, to be candid, I didn't find out that I was truly autistic. Of course, I had my assumptions through my life until we did the casting process for All Stars 10 and I went in for my psych evaluation. The way I communicated, the therapist said, "Are you autistic? Are you on the spectrum?" I had my suspicions, but I said I'd never been tested. After being tested and after receiving a diagnosis, Ginger explained the light shed on her from that moment, saying, "I put 40 years of my experience into perspective so quickly for me. I've learned so many different tools to be like, this isn't something that should hold me back. It should be more of a superpower, a strength of mine. I lean into it. Communication is so important to me because I'm so concerned about about being misconstrued or misunderstood. What are ways I can figure that out for myself and not have to rely on social cues from other people?" Now, going into the season, it put not just the competition aspect, but the entire way that I compete and communicate with other people into a hyper-focused perspective for me. Now, a superpower it has been. Now, Ginger and her challenge partner, Diabetica, as you know, there's really not much to talk about in regards to the episode. I will say this. I thoroughly enjoyed this first episode. I thought it was a great balance because I know a lot of people's fears that it was going to be boring. Because after everything that Mistress gave us, and yes, Mistress makes good TV, but as I reiterated time and time again, Mistress may be entertaining and good television, but who are you outside of the stunts and the shenanigans? Like, when are you going to actually give us who you are as an authentic person? Was that you when you were having a little somber moment, you were crying, and basically you had to be gotten on by Nicole Page Brooks and was about to stop with the crying or whatever the case was, and that's still not gonna get you a point. That's what she said. So I get, you want to show like vulnerability and being emotional, but a lot of people weren't really buying it in regards if that's who you truly were. So I thoroughly enjoyed the episode. I like the fact that, the queens came in and they were being all competitive and all this other stuff. I did feel like y'all were a little shady when y'all decided to put Alyssa and Miss Cuckoo together. Although I did feel like with the challenge, it could have been up for anybody to win. I didn't really think that Diabetes and Ginger was going to win. That wasn't who I had picked. Because I like the other team's fashions more. I didn't particularly, but then I was like, with that critique that they gave, I was like, I guess that they'll give it to Ginger and Diabetes. I saw it the way. And I did like the idea of seeing Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo back on the show. All I was thinking about when I saw them nails, I'm like, do she finger Lena Waithe with them nails? Because I'm like, that's a lot. That's a lot of nails down between, on them fingers. I was thinking that. Maybe I should have kept it to myself, but I was thinking it, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one. So it was good to see Ariana and Cynthia Erivo back, and I'm actually glad they decided to choose Defying Gravity with Kristen Chenoweth. And who was the other one? It was Kristen. Why am I forgetting? Blank on Adele Dazeem, because I was thinking Adina. I was like, what's the other name that she was called by John Travolta? Adele Dazeem and Kristen Chenoweth. I'm glad y'all picked that one, which they gave him a little cameo in the last movie. And he had a little dance number. So they basically said, it's such a blessing to know that I have the answer and ability to learn. I heard the term masking for so long, but didn't realize that's what I did daily. Now I understand myself so much better. That's what held me back from my other seasons of Drag Race, coming across insincere because I was so concerned about how other people would perceive me or misunderstand the words that I said, particularly the fan response to season 7. Well, season 7 was just a shit show to begin with, so it wasn't just you. No shade, but shade. Now understanding more of who I am, I felt this burden lifted off my shoulders. No matter what happens, it's so celebratory for me because it's the first time I truly competed as myself. Ginger is not the only queen from the season opening about her autism diagnosis. As I basically told y'all, it was like, yeah, Tina Burner basically came out and said the same thing. So I like the idea that, you know what, that a lot more people are speaking about this, and that the show is finding, based off of just your whole psyche, Val, like they're discovering things about themselves in the process. And plus, like I said, I felt like this was the best episode where we got to showcase seeing Ariana and Cynthia Erivo in that whole situation. Like, I just loved that. And then seeing how when you look at Ariana Grande, how she got emotional at one point when they were watching the lip sync of Defying Gravity, which I will say this. To me, I feel like that was the better lip sync than that mess we got last week when we got that lip sync of Cowboy Carter. I mean, what was it? This Ain't Texas. Like, I did not like that lip sync. It just did not feel effective to me. So let's get into it. Oh, and you want to know something? I was living for Lord Roach before I forget, because when he made that joke, that's my stomp on cucarachas. He was like, was that referred towards me because my last name is Roach? When he said that, I did laugh. So there was a lot of laughable moments in that. And to me, it was just like, when you make the critiques, it's like, even if you don't have much to say on something, try to find the funny, which Royce has lacked and Carson has lacked. Them two need to sashay away forever. Like, they're at the point where it's like, it's time to phase them out like y'all did Santino, and let T.S. Madison and you can have Jamal Sims come and be the rotating too. But unless y'all in this feelings of, well, I got too many black people on the panel. Well, maybe if these white conglomerates step their pussy up, we wouldn't have to be out here looking for new people to bring in. So yeah, I didn't really see, like I said before, I didn't really see it for, I like Diet and Ginger's looks, but I was more for Denali. I like Denali's look, even though y'all did criticize her butt, the way it looked in the design. But I was more or less, I was liking Acid and Denali's look, because it was supposed to be on the costumey side. Like, Wicked it's all about the costumes and things. And one of the things I forgot, which they actually pointed out, was like, wait a minute, y'all forget Galinda was really the villain in the whole situation, because I hated Galinda. I never seen the play. I know people who have. I think my mother's seen Wicked quite a few times. Never saw Wicked, so I don't know. I didn't know the whole story. When you look at Elphaba, she's more the anti-hero. She's not necessarily, or she's more misunderstood. She's not really the villain. The real villain was Galinda. So if y'all really looked at it, everybody kept thinking like the Wizard of Oz, good witch versus bad witch, and it's like no. Until it was pointed out that like if you really think about it, the real villain was not Elphaba. So people need to kind of get that in their head. And I think a lot of people maybe they didn't know the story and that sort of thing. But yeah, so overall I thought I liked the episode. It stuck really about it was more like about competition. And to me, I like that balance. It wasn't always about because everybody, oh, the show's boring and all this other stuff. I like watching competitiveness. I like watching people create something out of nothing. So I was entertained by all of that. It don't necessarily have to be, you can do drama, you can do all this stuff, but when you're doing it to deliberately sabotage and be mean, yes, it's good for the grist, it's good for TV. We're entertained by the shenanigans, but at the end of the day, it gets a little old, it gets tired, and I liked it. I forgot, it was Cynthia that said the whole thing about the cockroaches, which Laura made that little joke. And look, as I say, if y'all don't subscribe to my stuff and hit that like button, I'm gonna hit y'all with a chancla, the same one that Cynthia that brought down that damn runway. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this episode? Did y'all like this recent episode of Drag Race? I like it so far. I don't know who I can see as a clear contender. I guess definitely, well, we know Ginger's making it. I already did the spoiler about who was the top two weeks ago. I'm not going to do that here for y'all. Those don't want to keep it a secret or don't want to know about it. But Ginger Minj, I could definitely see Diabetica making it all the way to the end. And it's going to be a tough one because I like Denali. No shade, but I don't see Alyssa making it to the end. I don't see Cynthia making it to the end. And we got to find a third who we also don't see that's going to make it. I could definitely see Diabetic being a strong contender. I could definitely see Ginger Minj, of course, we know is a force to be reckoned with. And then we got to find that person that's going to be in that third spot. I feel like the person's probably going to fill that third spot. I could probably see maybe Acid could be in there, or it could be Denali could be in that third spot. So it's a tough one to see like who definitely is going to be who make it to the semifinals. But I definitely want to hear from you guys what your overall thoughts are on the Ginger Minj story as well as the third bracket of Drag Race All Stars 10. So definitely let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Okay. All right, y'all. Okay, so not you saying I was bored as hell watching the new All Stars. Funny enough, I literally was not on my computer when I watched the episode. They had my undivided attention. Maybe I'm at a different place in my life versus you. I was fully invested in the episode, so maybe I just needed like I needed that come down moment from all the drama from the previous bracket. So that's why I wasn't that But Felix was bored too. Looks like the fans are already caught on the favoritism of Ginger and have left comments on her page. I hope this means they'll crown someone else. Because I already did the spoiler, Ginger versus Georges. So yeah, what may happen is like, they're gonna be like Georges won. Oh yeah, when I saw it, first of all, when I saw a fine ass Orville Peck, I was like, yes, this is gonna be a good episode. I don't think Ginger is gonna win. I have a feeling it will be Georges. Diabetica also isn't really about that rebel lifestyle as she claims to be. When she was at Roscoe, she refused to say anything. Oh. So maybe the fandom got to her because is this the recent episode? So if that's okay, because I don't think I haven't watched it. I forgot it's Monday, so that new episode probably drops around 6:00. Last week I was so mad when that episode with Willem because they were having technical difficulties, so it was a podcast, so I had to listen to it. I was starting to fall asleep on, but I was like, no, I need, and it goes to show that. Roscoe's, you need the visual. Like you sitting there, like us listening to it, it's not the same. It's a better effect if you could watch the show. So that was what you saying, that she was giving that recent episode where she really wasn't saying nothing messy or whatever. Maybe there was nothing messy to give because this season's probably they're not interested in just taking it for the team and giving the drama. So maybe there was nothing to tell. Oh, you said, oh, I thought I was done with the stuff. I need to scroll down. Yeah, because like I said, she was hating on season 14, so she doesn't want to go and ruffle any feathers. But you have to get in that IDGAF type of vibe, like Mistress, because it was like, yeah, she wasn't liked. Quiet as, I mean, I don't think it was that quiet. I didn't particularly care for Diabetica on her season. Especially with Nella fans, and she would like get up under people's skin, particularly like Jasmine Kennedy and a bunch of the other girls. Like she was being messy, and people wasn't liking it. So now it's like you out here trying to edit yourself. By the way, the alleged queens that made the merge for All Stars 11 bracket one has goddamn already. So I'll be careful looking at spoiler cast lists. I'm trying to be spoiler free. Oh my god, who keeps with the leaking? Y'all really need to find ways to like plug the leaks. Plug it up. Plug it up. Can we get girls allowed to do Drag Race? Well, they would have to do the UK one because, or maybe they have done UK Drag Race. Let me look. Has any? Because I feel like they have. I would think that when you had somebody like Cheryl Hole on Drag Race UK, that they would have had Cheryl Cole on Drag Race, which is actually one of my favorite international Drag Race shows. Has any of the girls allowed, not died? We already know one of the girls died. I don't need that. Girls, wait, hold on, not girls, GIR, not GOR. I'm typing one hand. Done. Drag Race. Enter. Yeah, Cheryl did it. I knew I wasn't bugging. I was like, Cheryl Cole. And hold on, because it said based on the article, it said Cheryl, formerly known as Cheryl Tweety Cole Fernandez. Damn, that's a whole lot of names. I said, formerly known as Cheryl Tweety Cole Fernandez Versini Almost Pain, now Cheryl just Cheryl, returned to the telly as a guest judge on Drag Race UK. Y'all are shady for that one. So she did do Drag Race. She also was on The Greatest Dancer. So yeah, she was on that. So yeah, she did it. The Spice Girls have done Drag Race. We've seen Jerry Horner was on there. Baby Spice has done it. I don't remember if Scary Spice has ever done Drag Race, but I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember some of the American girls. So yeah, that's the only one I believe. Cheryl did do she did Drag Race UK, but they could probably have her come back on again. So it's not an issue. Jesus, you sent me 12 little pictures. I have to look at all that when I'm done with the show. I can't get distracted right now. We got 2 more topics. Because, child, like I said, I didn't give y'all 4 shows because I was out for 4 days. So I'm giving y'all 4 hours. I never really heard their music. Wait, whose music? Oh, you talking about Girls Aloud? Oh, no, I'm a Girls Aloud fan. And I listen to the solo stuff, but mostly I listen to Cheryl stuff. I couldn't get into any of the other girls. I mean, I listened to Nadine's music, but for the most part, I was always like Girls Aloud, and then there was Cheryl, because Cheryl's music was more up my alley. I wonder if they're going to do more Wicked movies after this one, because I saw there was a book about Elphaba having a son. Well, if they can find a way to make it happen, I'm sure they will. Especially with we're getting Wicked for Good coming out later this year. So I would think that they would decide to make another one. I couldn't see why they wouldn't. If, like I said, if they could find a way to do it. Because they did the same thing with Hunger Games, right? Yeah, they did the Song and Snake thing, whatever the hell that's called. They did that, and now they have another one, a prequel coming out with General Snow when in his younger years and all other stuff. So yeah, they find ways to expand on the universe. I would not be surprised if they decide to expand on the whole Wicked universe because the movies. were successful. And I believe that. And I'll go on the limb to say, I believe the new movie will be successful. Yeah, the chocolate was funny. They said, I want to read that book. Yeah, because I didn't even know about it until you just said it. You said they're amazing. Look, we need other people besides that trash that J.K. Rowling's out here. They still trying to bring out the Harry Potter mess. Damn, I really wish I would have thought about the Boy George story because I would have brought that up, but I'll save that for tomorrow. And you said they're amazing. This is the benefit of streaming Spice Girls so much. They're in my recommendations. That's how I trust their algorithms better than YouTube. Well, don't even get me started on YouTube and their algorithms. But I definitely see right now a lot of people is watching the show. So shout out to y'all. The numbers probably gonna be crazy when I'm done with watching this situation. But anyway, I did ask for this, so let's get into this story. Let's talk about Andrew Christian because, it was revealed that he was stepping down from, making his fashions. He shocked the homosexual industry when he was like, I'm not going to be out here making fashions anymore because there's a lot that's been happening. And particularly, I guess he's saying that a lot of y'all go on Shein and Temu, and y'all, instead of y'all spending $20 on a pair of his jock straps, y'all be going over there on the Shein and the Temu, like I said, and paying $3, or even Amazon. Y'all spend $3 for the same underwear where you get better quality for twice the price. So yeah, now that all the glitter, dust, and gay gas have died down, he's revealing the real reason why he's closing down his iconic underwear line. He said, quote, "The truth is, the fashion landscape has changed dramatically. There's been a clear shift in consumer behavior, with many people, especially younger generations, buying from fast fashion platforms like Shein and Temu, where you can get underwear for $3. These platforms are heavily subsidized by the Chinese government as part of a broader strategy to dominate global markets, the same approach they've used successfully in industries like steel. When you're competing against $3 underwear that's being sold at a lowest part of the government economic strategy, the math becomes pretty clear. Well, I think also you can pretty much blame our government because they're more or less all about outsourcing everything because we don't build nothing here. Where we have to go overseas to get our auto parts and all this other stuff. That's why I laugh when you have people that buy American. How the hell are we gonna buy American when all of our lives we've been, for many years, or I would say decades, we've been outsourcing everything to other countries on the cheap and then buying it and then having it come here instead of us building it and creating it in this country. So how are we gonna buy American? Nothing here is barely American. Everything is basically being made in China. So how can we? That's the reality. And then you have this idiot in chief with the tariffs. And it's like, China's not paying for no damn tariff. That's us. We're the ones that's going to have to pay in bulk over it or pay the price for, all this stuff from overseas. They're not going to be affected. So now, before making the decision to close, I actually reached out to all the major apparel companies, offering them the opportunity to acquire Andrew Christian. Unfortunately, none showed interest. Along with the dumping of Chinese fast fashion into our market, the political climate seems to have made it popular for large companies to invest in gay brands. There's a reluctance to associate with LGBTQ plus focused businesses that simply weren't there a few years ago because it was chic then. But then when you have, these closet cases like Mike Johnson and JD Vance, and then you have the fascist mascot, Donald J. Trump, pushing a lot of this rhetoric regarding queer people and trans people, you're going to have corporations that are going to be reluctant to want to do business and invest in queer brands. So it is going to be a much more difficult unless you have people with, I feel like the future would be people who have platforms such as myself and other people who I know do have, like I know Funky Dineva has a lot of people. He doesn't do queer folks. He does a lot of women. But I wouldn't mind if you are a queer brand and you're looking for some representation in some sort of way, you can come over here and I'll give you a platform, whatever the case is, and you can promote your stuff. But with Funky Dineva, he has people that come on his show and does, they promote their stuff on his channel, and it based off of his success and popularity. A lot of people trust in the type of brands that come on there and promote their stuff, and they go out and they buy like candles, whatever the case is that they're buying on his, based off of them promoting on his channel. So that might be the new way to go instead of the old school way, which would be an Andrew Christian going to these large companies to invest in a gay brand. It's like you got to go about it the independent route. He's not independent. He's been doing this for almost 30 years. So if you're a new person, that's probably the new way to go about getting your promotion out there and to market your stuff, is that you pay us a little money, because it is going to be a fee. Like when I did Joanne's Paradise, they did pay me to promote their stuff, their shampoo and stuff. And the shampoo was everything. The shampoo and the conditioner that they had that I was using. And it was sort of like, yeah, you could pay a fee, use the platform, promote your stuff. And then, that's when the business will come in for you. And it's like, I'm just the person that allowed you the platform to promote your stuff. So then when the other side comes out, which I've heard him also complain that when there's a situation that happens when the demand becomes a little too overwhelming and they don't hear back from these people that are coming on their platforms to promote, they're sliding into our DMs, getting mad at us over the fact that they haven't gotten a product. And it's like, I'm not the person creating the product. I was the ambassador or the platform that the person that provided the platform for these people to promote their stuff on my channel. So people have to be mindful of that as well. And I guess we got to be mindful of it as well. We're hoping that y'all got y'all stuff together if you're going to be out here promoting on our channel or using our platform to promote your things. So he also went on to say that he also mentioned that this is no different than like what's happening with not only with the brands, but with the gay bars as well. Because he said if the LGBTQ plus community doesn't support other gay brands, gay bars, and similar businesses, there will be no gay businesses left. We're at a critical moment where our community needs to make conscious choices about where we spend our money, or we'll lose the very spaces and brands that have supported us for decades. So while I do agree with him on the fashion landscape changing dramatically and, where people would rather spend $3 on the same design they can get for better quality at $20, most people who aren't white have taken issue with Andrew's brand because they feel it only suits a certain body type. Let's also not forget Andrew has come under fire in the past by his lack of diversity and body types regarding his brand marketing, because we did have something where he did try to diversify his portfolio back in 2023. And there was this overall picture that it was just like he came out with like the thick brand where he was going for bigger men, and people were bitching and moaning because they were like, well, I don't know, because the men in this picture, and I'm going to see, because I was thinking about it. I don't know why I didn't think about it before, but right now, let me try to pull this picture up for y'all so that way y'all can see it in case y'all didn't see it. For the whole Andrew Christian brand, they felt like, okay, so but you're going to have these thick men up in here, or these big men, whatever you want to call it, plus size, but you're not going to put somebody up in here who's actually like men of color. And there were some men of color in there. The problem was the men of color were light skinned and they weren't dark skinned. So, it's always going to be something with folks. Light skin, dark skin, beige, fluorescent beige, bitch, I'm black. So, there are different aspects of different hues, different shades. And look at Renee Rosales up in here, who's now a porn star that goes by Jordan Explicit over there on Twitter. In case y'all don't know who that is, he is the one that's in the middle with the tattoo with his arm on the bigger guy on the right. So I don't know if you could see the arrow, because it's like, yeah, I can't, it's not going to show up in the picture or whatever. Oh, we also got Zaddy, who's up in here too. He's an adult performer. The other man, I'm not really familiar with them, but they said the guy that's all the way at the end on the far left, he is black. But I guess some people feel like he ain't black enough. But look, that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. But yeah, there was a big controversy surrounding this because they were saying like you're trying to show diversity and those other things. And I applaud people that want to come in and actually be diverse in their stuff when they mean it. And there's other designers out here who are gay owned that are black that make designs for men with a little extra meat on their bones and things of that nature, or men of color, queer men of color, and we need to just support those people. But to be honest, I've never really been a Andrew Christian fan. I remember once upon a time when he was on this fashion reality show. I can't remember the name of it. It was back in the day. He was on there. I think he was like the only. I can't remember the name of the show, but he did this reality competition show. He was the first one eliminated. So he didn't even last long. And I was like, I didn't even know he had his own little design situation. But yeah, I've never really been big on Andrew Christian. Andrew Christian has always been more or less geared towards the West Hollywood homosexuals. I did hear that he was somebody who did pioneer incorporating drag queens, adult performers, that sort of thing in his fashion and all other stuff before it became a thing. Like I didn't really know about that because, like I said, I never really followed Andrew Christian like that. I was more familiar with Marco, and I know Marco has always incorporated trans women and men, adult performers, drag queens into his fashion shows. And shout out to Marco, who has, I don't know if he still has his fashion house, his location, literally a couple of stores down from Willem's spot, which is literally across the street from World of Wonder. Because I've been to Willem's place before when I was out in LA. So, yeah, so that's all I got to say on that. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding Andrew Christian and the real reason why he closed his underwear brand? If you want to read the full article, I do have my written article on my website, chrisavalon.com, but I have a link to the Queer Tea article where I got that soundbite from as the reason why he actually is stepping down from the fashion world. The full interview is on Queer Tea's website if you want to kind of try to figure out what the hell that is. But if you want the direct link to it, you can just go to my website. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, so now let's see what the people's is saying in the comments. I used to sneak around and watch the Andrew Christian music videos where he had the guys dancing in undies. I used to wish I had a relationship like not Kobe Melvin, and Brandon Brown. Shout out to them. Like I said, and remember the Arad win-win controversy that was going on with that when him still, or was it? Oh no, it wasn't him. It was, what's his name? Topher somebody. Was it No, it wasn't. Was it DiMaggio? That queen that was accused of some inappropriate stuff, and he was still working up under the Andrew Christian umbrella. And you said it's their own fault for being so late to inclusivity. They had nothing but slim Latinos and whites. And absolutely. And so it's like maybe he was doing all that because the writing was on the wall even back then, but now he finally came to this conclusion. He was still fighting it and was like, yeah, he's saying like the Team Moves is kicking our ass, and all these other, cheaply priced brands are creating the same brands that I'm putting out here. Quality fabric, really expensive. Because I've gone to stores and I've looked at the Andrew Christian underwear. I'm like, first of all, I have ass and thighs, and like I work out and stuff, so I'm not gonna be able to fit in these outfits. Like these are like, you gotta starve yourself to get in those clothes. And it's like the regular bodied people, they're not getting an Andrew Christian. And I feel like we shouldn't always be trying to fight for inclusivity with other people. If they're not going to include us in things, we like I always say, we can't get a seat at the table, create our own table. I said, damn, I hate that a gay brand is going down. But do we like Andrew Christian? He's not like a gay Trump supporter. Well, I don't know if he is. But like I said, I've never really gotten into Andrew Christian stuff. I know he is like one of the most famous and most popular gay brands in the world of mainstream gay entertainment, or the gay mainstream industry, I should say. So I'm not really familiar with all that. All I know is that he's fairly popular. A lot of the West Hollywood gays wear his stuff. And I'm sure there's some New York Chelsea queens that wear his stuff as well. He does seem like the epitome of WeHo gay regard. He said I actually saw him. I've never met him, but I've seen him. I've met Marco, but I've never seen Andrew Christian, except for when I went to the last drag race that we had, drag con in New York. He had a booth that was there. They also tried to sell padding. Yes, not padding, child. I remember when, speaking of Kamara Black, remember when she did adult stuff back in the day. Y'all need to Google that. Marka was able to afford Malik Delgado, so I don't know why Andrew Christian didn't hit him up or any other popular homosexual content creator, especially when you the one that's allegedly pioneered that. I never bought a pair of Andrew Christian underwear because of his absolutely. So I say good riddance to him. Well, if he's only selling to WeHo gays, then no wonder the okay. And why didn't last long? Well, it didn't. Well, it last long enough. 25 years. Happy 25 years of Kylie coming out anthem, spinning around. Yep, I'm spinning around. Move out of my way. Okay. A lot of Twinks and Muscle guys wore Andrew Christian. You had to be a certain. Absolutely. That's what I was like. And that was one of the grievances. It's like when I was a wee little gay and I didn't know any better, and you trying to fit into what society or queer mainstream society says that we should be trying to fit into, you would think that, yeah, we got to do the whole Andrew Christian underwear. And I was like, I couldn't fit into that, child. You know who I was more or less a fan of? And still am a fan of because they rebranded and got better fashions. I'm a nasty pig type of queen, not a Andrew Christian. Nasty pig was more my speed, and you see a lot like they've improved on a lot of their overall fashions and looks and stuff. So I like a lot of what Nasty Pig has been putting out here. The original Paula Abdul take has leaked with the ballad take and very depressing lyrics, as it was taken that. Oh, so that's when Kylie got that song. I saw a viral tweet calling Paula Abdul the Well, first of all, if you say the Tate McRae of the 80s, of course that's a read. That's shady. It's that I went to wear Andrew Christian. You have to eat salads and that's it. No gassy food, no meat. And look, I tried the whole thing during back in my days of when I did the modeling thing and all this stuff, brown rice and vegetables. And I was like, not no that. And they used to make fun of me over that too. And it's like, even when it was like, when I was like working out, doing the whole UFC thing, brown rice and vegetables. I'm like, nope. I need my carbs. I like my chicken, but it had to be chicken breast. Chicken breast is so dry. I hate chicken breast, but I'll eat it sometimes. The only way I can eat chicken breast is I have to if I make chicken strips and I got to season it and throw it in the flour and deep fry it. I know that's not the healthy way, but that's the only way I can tolerate chicken strips. I mean, is chicken breast, boneless chicken breast, or just the chicken breast in general, or chicken cutlet. Like I have to you got to add a little, oil or something in there. I can't eat it. Like chicken breast is so damn dry. I'm real black. Like I have to have my dark meat, which is my leg and my thighs. At least Paula Abdul wouldn't work with a race. As in Morgan Wallen, Todd Smith says, why is everybody always want to fight Tamar? Does she really start that? Apparently. But she had that beef for years with what's her name? With K Michelle. He said, my tail too big for Andrew Christian. Exactly. That's like, if you got ass and thighs, you ain't getting to no damn Andrew Christian. They be thinking, oh, the little tiny old bubble butts or whatever. I'm like, y'all call that an ass? That is not an ass. And when we talking about ass, we want it to look like a snack table. That's when we talking about ass. Oh, you said, I do feel bad for Nick Mask, who I actually hung out with back when I was living in LA. He was cool. Murray Swanby, all of them. I was like, when I lived in LA, and was going to Avita a lot, because when you out in LA, you definitely have to do the whole brown nosing, hobnobbing with the who's who in the whole West Hollywood scene. And a friend of mine lived out there, so when he was working, I was busy networking, and I was hanging out with the House of Avalon. First of all, I was a Avalon long before they were. So I was hanging out with the House of Avalon. They had their own little VIP section. Then you had the Andrew Christian girls, like the Nick Mass, the Murray Swanbys, the Pablo Hernandez, even what was his name? The one with the big old dick. That they were like, name one, because they all kind of but it was he was a porn star, but also models and stuff. So yeah. They would all be hanging out and stuff, and Nick Mass was cute. I mean, he was cute and cool. And who was the other one? Brock Banks, he was cool too. No, and also who was the other Banks? There was another Banks. Um, he was like biracial. He had like like Asian eyes. I was gonna say trinky, but he had like a little Asian eyes or whatever. Bo Banks, that's what it was. I met him. He was cool too. They said there was a pride float for the Abbey, and they were playing "Woman's World" by Miss Katy Perry. I'll do this in my share. Sidebar, since y'all talking about Pride, I forgot to mention Happy Pride because we celebrated Pride at City Field on Friday. Because I told you I worked so many days, I don't remember, the days are blurring. So well, you know, when I meet people, they usually are cool. If you a real bitch, like trust and believe, you'll hear it from me. But what was it? Oh, so yeah, so when we were, because we did like the game, the don't even get me started on the game in general, because this whole weekend they you know, the Mets did not play all that well, but we did celebrate Pride. Shout out to all the homosexuals that was in the building. There was a lot of eye candy up in there, a lot of people waving their flags and all this other stuff. So yeah, you know, even in sports where they were talking about that we not, you know, that sports can be very homophobic, we was up in there celebrating the LGBTQ community the whole weekend. We had a special Pride Day, and then of course in my section they had to set up all the damn fireworks where they were going to have it kind of going off in the sky, and that was cute. And we was playing the whoever was DJing, child, let me tell you, it was the who's who of gay anthems. They were playing Charlie XCX, Lady Gaga, Madonna, of course, Troye Sivan, Cher, like they was playing all of that up in there. One girl got super excited when they started playing Believe. I started laughing. But they played Madonna. They played Hung Up, Lady Gaga. I was like, why y'all do that? Y'all messy. First of all, y'all played Abracadabra, and then y'all blended it into going into That's All. Also, I've never heard this mashup, which I actually like. They did a mashup of Rihanna's We Found Love with the beat of that to Chappell Roan's Pink Pony Club. I was like, that actually works. I like that version. I need that version. You know, somebody make me that track. But yeah, oh, I read that one already. You said, I just got something from my friend saying a guy got into the Pride Fest in Wilton Manors with a gun. I don't know what happened since they have metal detectors. This is what I'm fearing is going to happen, like with the main Pride in New York, that I really feel like people need to be safe out here, because I'm worried that something crazy, excuse me, is going to happen to people out here. And you said his frequent fly miles to get laid and realize the problem is the town full of homosexuals. None of them are living in my town that are my type. Ooh. And you said be on your best behavior when you work. Catch your scissors. Oh yeah, because that room is gonna be full of homosexuals, and I might be trying to get a couple of numbers up in there. He said Brian Bray, aka Baby Star from Flavorworks, did some. Oh, he did. They've had a couple of token blacks that popped up in there to do stuff with them, but a little few and far between. But anyway, let me hurry up and get through this show, because we got one more topic, and I'm literally starting to feel a little lightheaded, because I'm like, I think I need to eat something. All I had this morning was cereal and water. So I'm like, I need to eat something. So I need to hurry up and get off the line. And this is we already over 4 hours into the show. Like I said, I'm gonna give y'all 4 hours, because it wasn't intentional. I kind of had a feeling it would, because it was like, I ain't give y'all 4 days. So 4 days, 4 hours. So let's get into our final topic, and let's talk about one of my favorite movies. And people be thinking I be joking when I'm talking about this. I'm not joking, bitch. Y'all know that Drag Race reference. But no, I'm not. I'm dead ass when I'm talking about how much I love Showgirls. It is like one of my all-time favorite movies. And Elizabeth Berkley knows that that it has been a huge, you know, that the gays have helped make this movie what it is. And it doesn't, you know, she doesn't go about it, you know, in an unappreciative type of way. So Elizabeth Berkley made a surprise appearance Saturday night at an LGBTQ pride screening of her cult classic Showgirls. The movie showing was part of Cinespia's 30th anniversary celebration of the film at Hollywood Forever Cemetery in Los Angeles. Oh my God, y'all watching movies in the cemetery? Now that's creepy. I feel like what movie y'all need to put on in a cemetery Return of the Living Dead. That's what y'all need to play. That'd be very on brand. So she said, "Happy Pride. I love you guys so much." Eliciting applause and cheers. "You have no idea I love you so much. I just want to honor this extraordinary, powerful, bold, magical, sexy, strong, resilient LGBTQ plus community." She continued, "You guys saw me before anybody else saw me. You believed in me before anybody, and you believed in this film and found yourself in Nomi." Now, Berkeley stars in the film as Nomi Malone, an aspiring dancer in Las Vegas who was befriended but then double-crossed by Crystal Connors, played by Gina Gershon. They ain't put all that in there. I'm adding the extra sauce because I told you I love this movie so much. I could recite it word for word. We could do the thing with the hands. We're all whores, darling. Like all the different one-liners and stuff up in it, like the whole throwing the beads on the stage so someone could trip and fall. That whole line that you hear many of times on Drag Race was taken from Showgirls. So, they reference Showgirls a lot, and Paris is Burning, on RuPaul's Drag Race. So it is a part of the pop culture zeitgeist. I think it's also Michelle Visage's favorite movie. And I'm like, yes, because we understand, like, even though y'all try to say it's bad, the acting, all this other stuff, the overall campiness of the movie, that's what we love about it. So, so now to get back into it. So it said she was double crossed by Crystal Connors, the aging star of Goddess. It's very much all about Eve, too. You've ever seen that movie? An upscale strip show. The cast of the movie, directed by Paul Verhoeven from a Joe Esterhaas script, includes Kyle MacLachlan, Gina Rivera, Raina Reffel, Glenn Plummer, Robert Davey, and Patrick Bristow. It was the first NC-17 movie to be given a wide release in theaters. Now, while it was critically panned when it premiered in 95, so yeah, that movie is 30 years old, and is often named as one of the worst films ever made, Showgirls maintains a cult following. She said, quote, "Honestly, if I had to play Nomi and go through what I went through in 1995 to give you Nomi, I would do it again, and again." Adding, "Here's the thing. We are all here 30 years later, which is crazy. And you guys didn't just embrace it, you rescued it. You have elevated it. You have made this movie what it is and what it was intended to be, and I'm forever grateful." Now, Berkeley spoke about why she thinks Showgirls resonates with so many homosexuals. Well, she said queer people, or they said queer people, but I said homosexuals because I like saying that. But anyway, she said it's about vindication, reclamation, and it's about owning our truths and owning our stories and not waiting for someone else to approve it, get it, to validate it, to just own who you are like Nomi and be brave and bold. I will forever have your back the way you had mine, and I love that this film has brought you joy too. It was way ahead of its time, way, 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 way ahead of its time, but I'm so grateful for you. Now, Berkeley signed autographs after the screening with proceeds benefiting the LA LGBT Center and the Trevor Project. Now, Cinesphere is presented by Amazon MGM Studios. Upcoming screenings include Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Casablanca, and Top Gun, among others. You think Tom Cruise is going to show up for the gays? But look, I like the idea that it was like, yeah, that Amazon MGM is presenting this, and the fact that, yeah, that we have someone like Elizabeth Berkley who is acknowledging this. And here's the thing with Gina Gershon is in two iconic queer movies, one for the gays and another one for the lesbians. Now, the gays one, of course, is Showgirls. The lesbians is Bound. And no shade, even though I don't eat coochie, but I like Bound too. Shout out to the Wachowskis because they wrote and directed that movie. So, I like that. So the idea of like you have Gina Gershon in two queer iconic films, and the fact that we have someone like Elizabeth Berkley that is aware that the overall impact and influence that this movie has had on so many queer people, especially if you were a child growing up in the 90s like I was, then it was like, yeah, because remember, this movie was controversial and taboo, and I was not old enough to see Showgirls, but I found a way to see it. And just seeing all of this craziness that was up into the over-the-top, the melodrama. See, Tyler Perry, this is how you write melodrama in a movie. Maybe you need to watch Showgirls and know how to really give your characters nuances and bring drama and stuff to what it is when it comes to these type of films. So Congratulations to y'all. I can't believe this movie came out 30 years ago. I'm like, damn, where the hell does the time go? So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Are you guys fans of Showgirls and understand the overall influence and impact that it's had on many queer people, especially myself, because I love that damn movie. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so you said Elizabeth has been around lately. My friend Albie met her and got her to say her streaks just around my face line from the first Wives Club. She was also one of the latest episodes of Cobra Kai. And also, I forgot to mention, she's going to be on this new show with Kim Kardashian when she's playing a lawyer. She's actually in the trailer for that. I don't know how big her role is. Maybe it's like she's playing a woman who's trying to get money from her husband and she's going through a divorce. But yeah, I like the idea. Like, yeah, 30 years later, it feels like we're getting this slow resurgence of Elizabeth Berkley, kind of like similar to Pam Anderson. Like, I feel like Pam Anderson's career is starting to get this resurgence. She's in the new Naked Gun movie, which they just dropped a new trailer for that movie this morning. So I haven't gotten around to seeing that. So I don't know what it's all about and stuff, except for the little teaser that we saw before. But they dropped like an official trailer today. So yeah, Elizabeth Berkley has been getting around. I like seeing her back on our screens. It has been on a lot because I think it's actually on Amazon. If you go on Prime Video, because I have I also subscribe to MGM Plus but that season's over. I just didn't cancel it. I need to though. But they've been having some really good movies on there, so I've just been keeping it for that, and it's like $6. So I'm just like, whatever. I definitely want to go and rewatch Showgirls because it's been a minute since I've seen it, and I've been kind of passing by it. I'm like, one of these days I'm gonna get around to it. But this might be the reason for me to get around to it because I just did the story. So who knows? I might watch it tonight. I just couldn't believe we were actually looking at Jesse Spano. Okay, because especially if you were a fan of Saved by the Bell, we weren't thinking about, well, damn, we're about to see Jesse Spano's breasts on our screens and doing that hip thrust. People gave her so much shit from going from Jesse on Saved by the Bell to Nomi, total opposite. Because it was like, that was sort of her rebellious phase, I think, where it was just like, like when Christina Aguilera went from making Genie in a Bottle to doing Dirty. It probably was the same thing with Elizabeth Berkley. She went from doing this cookie cutter teen series like Saved by the Bell to full on showing boobs in a movie like Showgirls. Paul Gosselaar got to do flop films and got to be naked on NYPD Blue, but Elizabeth Berkley had one shot and it bombed. It only bombed due to the rating. Wes Craven admitted that why he fought hard for Scream to go to a hard R, which he had to kind of make cuts, especially with some of the violence. He said Mark is a guy. It's different for him. The only movie I saw Mark do was Dead Man on. Yeah, and Mark Paul Gosselaar hasn't had like a legitimate movie career. He's basically a TV guy. Which is fine because at least you get a steady paycheck with that. Speaking of Tyler Perry, there's a channel he could pay it with that mess. And he probably wrote that script in 10 minutes and shot the movie in 2 days. And it'll show when you watch it. Showgirls was awesome. I'm not a homosexual either. Just a young teen that hit the look. And I don't think you necessarily have to be gay to like Showgirls because it was like the nudity, the hot chicks, all the other stuff that was in it. Like, I just think the gays liked it because of like what she said, which was the resilience and the tenacity and trying to pull yourself up throughout all the hardships. So that's what everybody was focusing on. The straight guys were focusing on the boobs. And the sexual situation, like that pool, what was it? The pool, was it the jacuzzi scene? Hot tub, whatever the hell you want to call it. Paul Verhoeven is amazing. Yeah, I love a lot of Paul Verhoeven stuff. Total Recall. What was another one that I love of his? Why am I seeing it in my head? And Starship Troopers. That's what I was thinking about. Like, I love Starship Troopers and I love Total Recall. I like a lot of Paul Verhoeven's stuff because it's always like when he directs, it's like these serious stuff, but there's always this sense of irony and satire that comes with what he's trying to say in his movies, which is why I'm actually looking forward to what they're going to do with the new with the new movie that he has, with the new version of Starship Troopers that they're coming out with. But they said they're going to focus more on the book, which I heard Paul Verhoeven hated the book because he was like, this book is stupid. But if they can find a way to make the book interesting for the big screen, because Neil Blomkamp, I believe, is making that one. So I'll definitely I'm definitely looking forward to that. And just don't make it like the other Starship Troopers. Just make it like a straightforward aliens killing, military people killing aliens. Yeah, Mark has been in TV shows. I watched him in Mixed-ish. Yeah, he was in that. He was also in that new show Found, which they just canceled with the chick from Shameless. They just canceled that show. So he was on that show for I think 2 seasons. So he's a TV guy. Oh yeah, that was another one. I love RoboCop. I love the original RoboCop. Hated that remake, but love the original RoboCop. Basic Instinct, yeah, another one. Iconic. So yeah, he's made a lot of great movies. A lot of movies I had no business watching when I was young. Is that a federal judge ruled Trump's NIH cuts, said it showed anti-LGBTQ and what all this. Yes, there is a story that's going on. They are making a new Starship Troopers with Neil Blomkamp. And I don't know when that's coming out, but yeah, I think that story came out like 2 months ago. But yeah, we're definitely getting a new Starship Troopers. But I'll believe it when I see it in regards to that. But anyway, y'all, I want to thank you. We are at the end of today's show, which is 4.5 hours. So thank you all for sticking it out. For those of you who made it all the way to the end, baby, I made it. I made it. We made it all the way to the end of the show. I want to thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for all that good stuff. Please hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification bell. I want to thank everybody for tuning in and commenting and keeping me full of energy, I guess because I had a whole lot of energy doing the show. So yeah, love you all for watching. I'll definitely be back tomorrow with a brand new episode to make up for the lack of days that I gave y'all. But look, I told you I gave y'all 4+ hours of today's show. So love you all for watching. Love you all for sticking by through all the mess and all that stuff and let me entertain you all for as long as I've been entertaining y'all. And so yeah, until next time, ciao, darlings.